So we join in on this conversation in this area within the royal courts with Lady Kippa and Sirmir. And Sirmir looks to Lady Kippa and he kind of leans a bit over and he's like, to speak frankly. And Kippa's like, go ahead. And he just kind of like, not to sound rude to you, but I fear training you because you are so small. And Kippa just kind of looks over. And that's what clerics are for. And she's like, it's an order. He's like, very well. Stands up,
Dun, dun. There you go.
puts away the wooden swords that are set for training that the other instructors that are present had recommended for usage, and pulls out real blades. And so the training commences, and we move a bit ahead in the time period. And Sir Mirk has continued to train Lady Kippa. In fact, we join in on another event where one of the servants comes in to bring the afternoon meal, and immediately pauses in stark fear as they open one side of the double doors, and on the door that's immediately to their right, there's a sudden impact as Lady Kippa hits it, being flown across the room by Sir Mir.
Oh shit.
Damn.
And Kippa rolls over and she's like, oh, tea. And she pulls herself up, reaches up to the serving tray, grabs a cup of tea and drinks it. And Sir Mir is immediately on top of her, and the servant stumbles out of the room backwards as a blade comes through the door.
Kippa doesn't like blood or gore or anything like that. How the fuck is she gonna fight anything other than knock them unconscious?
The funny thing is, like, one of her favorite pastimes is hunting, apparently.
It's not necessarily for the gore bits. This has been beat to death.
Yeah.
Because I'm a badass intensifies.
Lady Kippa's definitely.
So we move ahead in time. Weeks later, maybe months. It's an undisclosed time period moving ahead. And we join a courtyard. And Ithos is there, and she looks over as Lady Kippa comes into this area with Sir Mir. And Ithos looks to her and is like, so, you've called a private meeting in the middle of a public courtyard? And Kippa looks over to Ithos and just unfastens a few things and sets down her overcoat and rolls up her sleeves a little bit. And she's like, this is going to be very simple per dragon law. You are going to bend the knee, or I'm going to make you bend the knee. And Ithos looks over at Kippa and raises an eyebrow and starts laughing. She's like, you're going to make me bend the knee. And
This is how that happened.
Huh?
This is how that happened.
And Kippa looks to Sir Mir as he has his hand on his sword, and she's like, no. This is between me and her. And Ithos just laughed again, and she's like, you can't be joking. You're not even armed. She's like, what are you going to do? Lecture me to death? And Kippa looks to her and is like, one more time, we're going to bend the knee. And Ithos is like, no, no. You haven't earned that from me yet. And Kip was like, okay. And she looks over, and Ithos looks over as well, and Sir Mir looks over as someone comes in, and very gaunt-looking elf, and he looks around. He's like, is this where I'm supposed to be? And Kip was like, yes, you're a cleric, correct? It's like, yes, of the Royal Order. Good. Because if I kill her, I want you to bring her back. And Ithos is like, are you joking? Sir Mir, is she seriously? And Sir Mir's like, just stands there rather stoic, not paying, just, he sits down and he kind of rummages in his pack and pulls out an apple and polishes it and takes a bite of it. Reaches in his pack, pulling something else with his other hand, and unrolls a piece of leather that has some dried meats in it. And he motions, he's like, Ithos is like, very well, I'll put you down. And Kippa finishes getting prepared, taking off basically her outer garb so that she's just in her leathers and the chainmail. And she even takes the chainmail off, just now being in the leather armor itself. And the light linen clothes. And she takes a few steps towards Ithos, and Ithos takes a step back instantly as Kippa actually reveals her true appearance.
Oh, wow.
Now standing above Ithos slightly.
Oh, shit.
Ithos just kind of like, all right. And Kippa looks over at Ithos and lets out a small snarl as her body seems to elongate, becoming more of a eastern type of dragon than the more stocky kind of dragon that Ithos is. And Ithos makes the first move to try and capitalize on this, and she completely misses Kippa. And Kippa just begins to move around her, letting her just miss every single attempt to make purchase on her. And then she just moves, and she just backhands Ithos across the head, and Ithos shakes her head a little bit, trying to get her bearings for a moment, and suddenly just kind of, feels herself losing the comprehension on higher brain functions. The animalistic side coming forward as she starts to lash out.
One way to cast that spell.
The fight goes on for a bit longer as Ithos becomes harder to predict as she's animalistic now. But she eventually finds herself on the ground underneath the foot of Kippa, unable to really move since her back is broken and both her legs are broken and her blood is spilt all across the courtyard. Kippa herself, still having her own set of injuries, looks down towards Ithos and asks her to submit. And Ithos lets out a small squeak from the pressure on her neck and says, I bow. Kippa steps off of her and walks over towards Sir Mir and stumbles a little bit and looks down at all the blood pouring out of her like, ow. And the cleric's like, and Sir Mir's like, you let her die, I kill you next. And the cleric runs over immediately and starts tending towards to Kippa and eventually finding their way over to Ithos.
That was cool.
Stoic badass that he is.
Huh?
Stoic badass that he is.
So that's the preamble for the session. I just see a fucking cheek to ear to ear smile over there on that screen.
That's pretty badass.
Got to watch a snarky bitch get her ass kicked.
So, leaving that behind, moving back across the few oceans that separate Castile and the temperament and the trial. Is very, very indigestion inducing. We move across the ocean and we find ourselves at the gates. The small city that actually is the entryway into the land known as the trial. The people there come and go about their business. The large marketplace, mainly populated by hellspawn of different kind, hellborn, and they go about their business. A few orcs there are mainly serving as muscle, a few there serving as slaves, a few other species sprinkled out throughout the marketplace, and the various buildings that are either servants or purchased or direct marriage to the lords that rule here. And the town itself is not rather large. There's the marketplace, the tavern. There's a small temple, which is actually very specific in the beings that can actually be worshipped there. If you do worship another being within that temple, you can face fines or perhaps corporal punishment of some sort. And the deities that are worshipped within there are the various lords of hell and also the various gods that the Hellborn would basically deem worthy of this area to appease them for prosperity, essentially. The goddess of weather, the god of commerce, the god of greed is also present there. Leaving the temple and moving out back into the main thoroughway and off to the right are the various large buildings and smaller buildings that surround them. These belong to the houses, essentially. The Hellborn that run the various parts of the city. There is a very prominent building there that stands at least 3 stories tall with various banners on it. Large, sweeping black banners in dark brown that designated as the Thieves Guild, probably run also by a Hellborn as well at the foot of the table, or the head of the table, I should say. From there, you head towards the actual desert and the pathway leading further into the location where there are the pikes with that are for punishment and torture, possibly death. There are a smattering of farms here as well for things that are suitable for growing within this location. Sturdy crops, hardy. Not a single horned fellow there, but however, there are plenty of rather anemic-looking orcs that are working the fields with no livestock to assist them at all, just their bare hands and the tools that they've ramshackled together or have been provided. And of course, there's the bartering station, but near the well, where you can purchase and trade for water, and also cattle to travel this location.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we pick up with the family and their newfound guide, Conjurer, outside of the gates with their new camel companion and a wagon.
The one that's not on step.
Just watch out, they spit.
See, I told you I was giving you a much better description of where you're at. above you, as you observe it, Cayenne would have picked up on it at first. Not a single cloud to be found, just pure sky and the sun beating down on the desert. Off in the distance, you can see the various dunes with swirls of sand coming off of them far in the distance. Somewhat to those that are not familiar with the desert, you can see them almost waving back and forth like the desert is dancing to you, pulling you towards it.
Aw, sounds like home.
But here you are in the nice, toasty new environment.
Is it uncomfortably hot right now?
Yes, actually it is.
Press to take my seat. Make it chill. I will chill. Square a cubic foot of space.
Does your ass even take up a cubic foot of space?
I have a
Then
back-
again, you've been
I have a
I
back to my chair too.
was gonna say it's like you've been negotiating with a bunch of gnomes and halflings, so maybe. Expanding your horizons.
It is currently 117 degrees.
Oh,
Ah, home.
another day.
just another Saturday here in Arizona, I guess.
One other note that I will throw out there is the town is no by any means barren. There's probably about 2,000 citizens that live there, but you can guess what the population looks like.
Heat stroke.
No, that's just you, Mungo.
Hey, I got the bandana of not overheating.
Not overheating.
You're like, can I get this in a full robe?
Can I get this in real fucking life?
Nah, you're stuck with it. So, with that,
Once it gets over to whatever 10 degrees, it gets fucking demoralizing.
it does get demoralizing, but you know it's not going to really feel any different for the next 10 degrees after that. So you're just like, wow, I've hit the peak. Let's go, summer.
Like,
Yeah.
this is as much as my body can actually understand.
Oh yeah, I should probably give you that too.
Hmm.
So Gier stands in the front of the camel. He stands about, what did I say he stands? I have to think without looking at my notes. No cheating.
What chair? How tall he is?
Yeah.
Well, since you made him a bearded vulture,
I
They're your
believe
notes. How is that cheating?
He's a Aarakocra, right? Like
like an Aarakocra
standards and
bearded
standard
vulture.
size would be anywhere
Like-
between like 6 to 7 feet, but bearded vultures are also hunched over.
Yeah,
Not
so
all.
he's actually about 5'6", standing over, and you can tell he's older in nature. Cayenne would pick up on it first, as a lot of his feathers are more white than actually like the traditional color of what they would be. But towards the tips, they look like they're been and dripped in blood, essentially. And on his face, you can see that the markings he is born with basically makes him look like he's wearing a death mask.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna try to kill me.
And his beak is a very dark black, but he wears light robes over that would protect from the heat, and they have various layers to them. You can hear some things rattling around inside of the robes. You don't know what that is, and obviously he appears to probably be armed, but you don't see where the weapons are. And he has one eye that is like that nice, vibrant orange color, but the other one is pure white.
Depth perception issues.
No, he can see just fine. He just has different colored eyes.
Not that milky white gloss over eyes damage.
No, not the weird like. I suffered a rock to my eye.
It's pretty cool.
So the camel looks over and he spits it at your robot, Nikolai, and you see some of the slobber just drip in on.
I think that means they like you.
No.
But yeah, table is yours right now. As Jared checks the wagon.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that like a form of intimidation? Isn't the camel trying to assert the dominance over our big metal friend here? Dude, don't take that. Fucking stand up to him. Come on. I'm trying to get him to a sneering contest.
That camel could fit my head in their mouth and sling me around like a rag doll. If you want to go toe to toes with them, be my guest. But I don't see it going in your favor.
It's probably best not to upset the animal companion that's hauling us across this hellscape. No offense, Jared. It is a beautiful land, but it is also incredibly hot, even for me.
Jared looks over and he's like, no offense. But if you do actually decide to go toe to toe with my fine humped friend here, be sure to sleep with one eye open. I remember one time camels drowned a companion by spitting in their mouth.
That is horrifying.
Just wake up, you got some animals loogie in your throat, choking and drowning.
A foot on your chest going,
So,
So is that the verbal components for create water?
where do you think would be the best place to put this, Nikolai? Of course, we're using not our actual names, just
What is this?
the mechanical repeating heavy crossbow that we have somewhere fitted onto the wagon.
Chat, I
Why
now have a
can't
deep fear of
Ace just
camels.
carry
It'd be nice to have it to use in case we need it, but Ace can totally carry it.
Ace, would you like a giant mechanical repeating crossbow
To use, not to
to
use.
use?
Ace goes over and grabs it, and he's like, pulls it back,
Good.
and he's wearing he's changed his garb out too.
Okay.
He allowed Cayenne to basically style him for the trip. As Cayenne did her research on how to properly dress for the area.
So yeah, Ace would have the mechanical repeating heavy crossbow. And how many bolts do we have with this thing? We
Why do I
have
just see him carrying it like a fucking minigun?
Actually, it's so big you kind of have to.
6 walloping crossbow bolts.
You can
So-
use that, right, Ace?
Draws it back. Fires off a shot, and you see the shot hit right next to you and sticking on the ground.
That's
Scabbard.
really not good, I don't think. If I remember correctly, they do. He shot us in the cart
No, he shot it outside right next to your foot.
outside next to the
Like,
foot.
right by your foot.
Okay.
How much are you shitting yourself right now, Scabbard?
A lot. Because
So I look at it, did you miss or did you intend to make that shot?
Pulls it back, fires another shot, and it hits on the other side.
Ace,
Okay.
It's not,
careful.
and you're standing between two of the bolts.
I think he knows how to use it there. Scav.
Yeah.
I also think he's telling Scab to stop dancing.
I'm trying to pull these things out.
They're buried in.
You're gonna have to pull these out, Ace.
He goes
Older.
over. He goes over and just with the other one.
We only have 6 of those, so try not to use them too much unless we absolutely have to.
Ace looks over at you. You guys can do a perception if you want. Not you, Scabbard.
Yeah, sure. And 15?
That's cocked.
No, 17.
That's not much. 8.
I see your dice still are just like, nah, go pound sand, bro. What'd you get, Nikolai?
17.
17? You being the most familiar with Ace, you catch that look at his face, and you see him looking at the crossbow, and you see him look over at Scabbard, kind of like look back to the crossbow, and kind of looks off in the distance a little bit. He just kind of.
I don't think it's that big, but.
No.
You can tie Scabbard to the front of the arrow and launch him.
Let me check something.
Will that work? Now, can I do the calculations?
I don't know.
Tinkering.
I mean, like, it's a heavy crossbow, not a ballista. But then again, Scab's only 2 feet tall. So...
That is 27.
Based off of Ace, yeah, it could probably work if you really
I haven't
want.
learned to do. Dude, we can Ant-Man and Hawkeye this motherfucker.
So it's like, so just stretch him across the bolt, and yeah, that could work.
And you hear this
Can I put 2 and 2 together?
intelligence.
Have I picked up?
You thought of things like this before. You can do an intelligence too.
22.
Oh, you did instantly pick up.
Not without my permission.
Well, it would be just rude otherwise.
21.
Oh, you get what everybody's talking about.
An incredible
Oh.
idea, but really bad if things go horribly wrong. And they're-
What could go wrong?
That's a
Look, I
risk
even-
I'm willing to take, Scott.
Look, I can even make the damn thing bigger or make you smaller. We can make this fucking work. All we gotta do is just get him some red undies and a red cape, maybe a blue suit.
about
Oh,
making-
no, that won't work. We
um,
gotta find a phone booth for him to fucking change in. Those things haven't been invented yet.
Mongo.
Oh my god. Chat. If done with Nikolai, he can whip out Nigel.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Nikolai would totally do this. But he's not supposed to be mouse right now.
You can enlarge and reduce that and other things. Is that permanent?
Temporary.
Temporary?
Yeah, see if we can do that with Nigel.
What are you doing, Cayenne? While the Three Stooges work.
We were just
I'm just
chatting.
trying to take it easy. And just looking at the scenery as we travel.
It is a flat, desolate desert. It's like driving to Tucson.
And sister, how are you dealing with the heat? You okay?
It shouldn't bother me much anymore now, should it?
You know,
I don't know.
she's doing okay.
All right. You know, if it gets, let me or even, I'm going to know if it gets too hot. We
She's
definitely
chilling in the
know
wagon where it's covered.
Uh-huh.
You have the wooden wagon, and then you have 4 sections that come out essentially to provide shade.
Yeah.
With very, very tight cloth.
I mean, true. I mean, exactly shade, but still, 117 in shade is what, 105 at best?
Do a tinkering, Nikolai.
I'm observing and taking any notes of any plants or animals
15.
that I see as we're traveling.
Do a nature.
Teacher?
No, not you, her.
Oh.
What was your roll? 17?
17.
What
No,
do you... Uh-oh, was that the first one?
No. Yes.
Oh, that's so good. Nikolai, what you see is something rather ingenious. So there's the top part of the wagon, right?
Mhm.
But then there's like a section that comes up, and then there's like a small, like square type of section.
Okay.
Then there's like a circular covering to it, right?
Okay.
Kind of like how you see on for mounted things.
Okay.
But inside of that, you actually see something where there's a system, a very simple, rudimentary system built there, where it's a piece of wood that goes between the two pillars, and you can see cloth is going. There's like stiff paper or cloth or something that's going around in circles. It's pulling the air into, bring it into the actual cart itself.
Ah, okay, cool. So basically a fan.
Yeah, so essentially, as long as the wagon's moving or there's wind, it's going to pull it into the cart.
Interesting. Alright, that's interesting.
Oh, you're going to instantly know this feeling, Jesse. So you're sitting there and you're looking outside, and it's a lot of the same. You see various like cactus, dead trees, dead shrubbery, thorny shrubbery, and you go to yawn, and as soon as you yawn, a horsefly hits the back of your throat.
Ugh. That would suck.
Snarling up the nose, turning my head to the side, and spitting them out.
And you just see it land next to you, Mongo, and with a splat.
Okay, look, if you don't like our ideas, there's nicer ways to say, hey, no.
Sorry, yawned. It flew in my mouth.
And you can see like the mucus covered horsefly there, trying to get loose.
You.
Ew. It was comfy.
There's some padding within it. There's like what essentially are like big round pillows, tube-like pillows in there for you to sit on. And...
Yeah, prestidigitate the yuck. And then once the fly is near an exit, gust to get them the fuck out. Or, yeah,
as soon as you gust him out, you hear a loud pink.
Alright, I'll try to find out what the fuck the noise was.
You're not that curious?
I said I'll try to find out what the noise
yeah.
is.
Perception with advantage.
Okay. $24.
You peek your head out a little bit, and you instantly put two and two together as Ace is wiping his knuckle off. He basically saw the bug coming and he punched it.
You one punch the fly.
He's like, what fly?
Well,
I thought you were supposed to practice that with like a grasshopper. Thank you. Somebody got the fucking reference.
hey, Jared. With all the stuff you packed in here, did you happen to pack in a crate? Just maybe one that can be emptied out, like putting stuff from one crate into another, just kind of really pack it in there.
Jared.
I want to test something. Everything you can go back into, I just want to test it.
Jared looks over a bit like. He kind of ponders for a moment, and then he's like, excuse my ignorance for one moment.
Okay.
What is this crate?
Like a box about this big. Put stuff in. Usually made out of wood. It's not necessarily
My
solid.
friend, are you sure the sun it's not baking
Maybe.
the brain? That's just a box.
Huh?
That is a box.
Well, okay. Boxes are generally more solid. Crates generally kind of like slats of wood put together, and there's like gaps in
I don't understand, my friend. Strange concept.
it. All right. Can I look around, poke around
It
in the
is
stuff?
it is your wagon that you have rented.
Okay.
Why would you not?
Looking for a crate.
He goes back outside to walk alongside the wagon. You can hear him humming to himself. It's something that,
We are traveling. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
and he's walking next to the camel with the reins in his hand.
Just look, see if there's a
Investigate.
crate. Investigate. Okay.
A poor Sheer over here dealing with Nikolai.
21.
21.
Mm-hmm.
You do find essentially what appears to be a crate, and it's
Packed full.
it's filled with basically a giant bladder of water.
Okay. Well, that's really important. So I will go through my equipment and see if I can pull out enough pieces of wood to build a small crate.
Don't worry, Jer. You get used to his Nikolaisms.
Just want a box like this big. About a foot long, maybe a foot wide.
Tinkering.
Okay.
Eventually, the wagon does come to a stop for essentially what would be meal time, and he extends out the side part of it. The entire side of the wagon actually opens to like what would be like equivalent to a stage or a patio.
Oh, nice.
Ah, so basically we're traveling with the Westphalia.
And
19.
19. You managed to ramshackle a crate together.
Okay. I'm looking for some cloth.
Does he leave this box unattended?
While he's looking for the cloth, yes,
Yeah, I just leave it right there.
Do I fit?
you do fit rather well. And if you drag a blanket in there, it makes a really comfy bed.
Yeah, so I'm looking for some like sackcloth or something
It makes a really comfy bed. Perfect for cozying up and reading a book.
like that. Yes, he said so.
Cayenne, do a perception for me.
I'm playing a cat. There's a box.
That's unintended.
21.
As you get comfy and start getting ready for whatever Jir is presenting as lunch, you see him open a satchel and he's putting little vials in there. You can see these little, they look like almost like gemstones, but they're actually different kinds of beetles that he's been collecting along the trip. And each one has a small note tied to it.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
Huh.
I see that like curiosity there.
I'm curious, but I don't want to scare them, and also don't want to come off as nosy.
He is your guide, so you can choose to ask him.
I'm just gonna go based off of what I assumed they were, instead of outright saying what I can actually see they are. I'm gonna say, oh, those are some pretty gemstones.
Cheer looks over and takes your hand and puts one of the little vials in it, and you can see that it's a gemstone. It looks like it's crawling around in there, and you realize it's actually a beetle.
I'm probably going to be like cat curious, big eyes just staring at it. Ooh, pretty.
Yeah, it almost looks like a ruby in there, a pearlescent type of ruby, reflecting the light as the little beetle moves around with its spindly little legs that are almost like little wires.
I'm going to tell the little beetle it's cute and give it little pets with a finger as gentle as I can, because I don't know how big it is.
It's probably about the size of a quarter.
Okay.
Yeah, you go to pet it very gently with your finger after you take it out of the jar, and you realize it has like a little moth-like fuzz around its neck section.
Oh, it's a fuzzy.
Vajira looks over. I collect those for the graves of the unmarked children. Leave them something that will keep them entertained in the after winds, from whence they pass.
That's very sweet of you to do.
You can have that one as you are a fresh egg not new to these lands.
Are you sure?
I'm sure there are many more on this trip that I could gather for my purposes. They eat fresh, wet bread. A precious commodity in these parts, but should be manageable for you.
I will definitely make sure that they get taken very well care of.
And Jir nods and finishes packing away the others and begins to move on to prep lunch for everybody. You can add that to your inventory. One pet gemstone beetle.
What color is this gemstone beetle?
Pearlescent red, almost so it looks like a ruby.
Should you name
I'm
it
a
Ringo?
name. I'm a name you Sunset.
That's a pretty name. You do find some cloth for your purpose, but as soon as you get back to your crate, you see a very comfy manga.
Mongo,
Gabbard, what are you doing, friend?
Yes.
you're
I
gonna want to remove yourself from the.
am actually going to be trying to study a little more on
Unless you
how
wanna
to
get
speak
wet.
certain languages.
Why are you trying to
Which
get me
ones?
wet?
I'm not trying to get you wet. I'm
well,
trying to wet
let's
this
see.
cloth and put it in this crate.
I could do
Sure.
more noble draconic,
Well,
but that
if we
wouldn't
get
make
out of the
sense to
crate,
do that
we'll learn.
here.
more
So
to hear.
let's
Why are you
try
trying to
and
give me
learn the
wet?
languages on the book itself.
Mongo.
What?
Oh, the ones you can't read yet?
Mm-hmm.
This cloth
Why?
very
More
wet.
or less trying to like make a
Get out of the
codex
crate.
Can't you
to
just
understand
wait?
it.
Do a perception for me.
No, it's hot.
All right, that's the first one of the night.
I'm worried
20.
about you fleshy kinds.
Natural?
Natural 20.
Nice. You look at the book. You're looking at the guide, right?
I am. As
The
far
one
as
you
I
can't
can
open yet.
tell,
Yeah,
I
Moving.
can't
Yeah.
Who
open
does
it,
not
but
want
as
to
far as
take
I
their
can
sweet
tell,
yeah,
right?
I understand.
Just be a
based
dick.
on
As
what
long
I
as you're doing it.
understand, it says
Big stretchies.
it is
Big steppies.
labeled as the Traveler's Guide to Traveling Temple to Temple, Shrine to Shrine.
Yeah, that's what the title is. But every time you look at the spine of it where the runes are, and they've all changed.
Hmm.
They're not the same rooms. And you actually pull out a piece of paper. I'll give you this one. And you have scribed down the runes that were there before. You look at them side by side. They're completely different. Completely different language.
I will scribe these runes down then.
Okay.
As soon as he gets out of the crate, continue on with my experiment.
To be fair, we've known each other almost all our lives. You should know not to leave a box on the
It's a crate, not a box.
Yes, and it was very creative of you to make that for Mongo and then take it away.
No, I didn't make it for Mongo.
Seems like.
Um, so the guys here, Conjurer, he's preparing food, and he steps away from the cart a bit, and he gets down on the ground on his knees, and you're like, probably thinking, fuck, that is hot ground he's doing that on.
Yeah.
And you hear him speaking in the language that's common here. None of you are familiar with it, unless you want to use comprehend languages and burn that to try to pick up what he's saying.
Not yet.
Okay. But it is a language that you can't understand what he is saying. And you see him put both hands on the ground, and he leans forward and he spits onto the ground, and then he does some sort of broom into the ground. And he bows to the ground and almost does where he's on his knees, and he turns towards the sun and offers an opening, and stands before returning to the cart. And finishes preparing the various plates. There's some sort of curry-like stew and rice there, and a piece of very hearty bread.
I have good curry for
And
a
he hands each of you a plate that is sized to you, and except you, he hands you a little tin of oil.
while.
A tin of oil.
Tin foil. Okay, understandable.
But the rest of you are just smelling this delicious curry of the land.
May I try your wonderful cooking, sir?
The chair looks over and says, I don't see why not, you can, but okay.
I am perfectly capable of experiencing food.
Alright.
I won't eat much.
It is fine. Just, I am perplexed about this egg that sticks rather than loose.
He's one of the weird ones.
And he makes you a small plate and then hands it over to you.
Probably just enough for Nick.
Yeah.
We think he has a screw loose. We're just not sure which one.
That was good. But yeah, each of you receive a plate of this wonderful curry.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we need to do the ritual that you just did?
You need not bother.
What was that ritual, if you don't mind me asking?
Do a religion. Before you ask that, do a religion.
8.
You didn't really catch it. So yeah, you can go ahead and ask that question. He's like, I was thinking the wonderful land for the gift of the meal that this people provided. The spirits that reside here. The more eccentric, higher the gods for blessing me this opportunity to share a meal with new eggs.
I still love that we're called eggs. That'll never that will never not make me laugh.
It's gonna just live rent free forever.
Yes.
After the 4-foot tall armadillo Warforge. That's the Nikolai sized portion of food. The sample. I will give my thanks to Jared, give him compliments on food, and continue on.
Are you staying in the crate and just eating off your belly with
You threw me out of the crate.
Are you just sitting there eating the delicious food?
Mm-hmm.
Delicious food.
And lunch goes by, and eventually everything's being packed back up for the trip. Huh?
May I continue with my experiment?
Yep.
So question, is this dirt or sand? In the midst of it.
Rather sturdy, hard dirt.
Rather sturdy hard dirt. Okay, cool. So I will ask for assistance from Ace to kind of like dig out a little bit of a bowl in the dirt. Okay. Only about maybe that deep, you know. So that's loose dirt in the bowl. Okay. And then I will drink water into that bowl. And make blood.
Oh boy.
He's making mud castles.
No, I'm not.
Or you're just creating water, which may create an
Oh my
international
God!
incident.
Okay, you gotta share that one.
At work, when we've got a sweep, I started saying just keep sweeping. I got my assistant store manager to start saying that now.
That's pretty great.
It lives on outside the stream.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Uh, that warms my cold, dead heart. That is truly magical.
Uh, I thought so too.
Right, but
Tyr looks over and he's like, friend.
Yeah.
Why you do this?
trying to make it more comfortable for you fleshy types.
You didn't. I understand, you foreigner, but you didn't even ask the Earth if you could do this.
Okay. How do I make amends before it dries and I have to do it again? Or can we do the amends later?
Tyr walks over to you, looks directly down at you. Test my patience in this moment.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Earth.
Tyr just shakes his head, and you seem fluffed up a bit, Cayenne. You recognize that in birds.
I slowly make my way away from Nikolai.
And it is just sitting up on the edge of the cart, looking down, like.
I'm gonna go back to my experiment. I take that cloth and I get it all stoked into that book. Okay.
Someone better save Nikolai from the very angry bird.
Dear friends, please forgive this this one here. He doesn't understand certain customs and he's very terrible at basic common sense sometimes.
Tyr looks over. I understand. You are new eggs. You are not from my land. You can't just insult my home.
Are we stopped for a brief moment?
Yeah.
Is there anything relatively close by, like a plant that needs helping or something that I can make amends to fix it?
Do a nature.
How do we prevent such things to happen in the future, Dear?
22.
You
Nice.
do see a cactus that is kind of like doing the whole limp dick thing that it shouldn't be doing.
I am going to approach. I don't care if I get pricked. I really don't. It's a cactus. Bound to happen. I'm going to ask the cactus if it needs assistance.
The spines are like probably about that long, so you can actually just reach between the spines and put a finger on it without getting too stabbed.
There's probably some bald spots on it since
Yeah.
it's doing the lean. There's probably exposed areas.
Yep. So you can put your hand on it and do a nature to communicate with it. Or what's the ability? Druidcraft, I think is what we were using for that. It's been a while.
And there are
Yeah,
some
that
chocolate
one's
giants.
at will.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, I noticed that you're a little out of sorts. Do you need assistance?
And the cactus. Who are you?
I am a druid.
Druid. New word, druid. I've never heard druid before.
Druids are helpers of nature, of plants.
Nature. Am I nature? Are you nature? What is nature?
You are
Another
nature.
new word.
You are
Ooh,
nature.
The falling between you, or the falling. The falling.
I'm really thirsty.
Would you like me to help you get something to drink?
I would love that.
I'm going to help Cactus get water. Either by myself or enlist Nikolai's help.
Yeah, you actually could enlist Nikolai so he can make amends.
I'm gonna kindly excuse myself from the cactus and go back to the camp and ask if anyone knows how to create water.
You can speak up, Nikolai.
I just did. Why?
There's a cactus over here that's very thirsty and would like some water.
Are we not supposed to give people water?
It's a cactus.
I've ever heard of a cactus before.
You're like, the fuck is a cactus?
What's a cactus?
I'm just gonna yoink and walk him.
You just pick up this little robot armadillo and walk over there with it very easily,
Yes.
and you just put it in front of the cactus, and you see this. What you see is a plant with what looks like a bunch of barbs that are essentially small daggers to you.
So we're okay to water weird plants, but not give water to people?
Don't pet that plant.
Okay.
She's like,
I heard what you did earlier.
I'm trying to help you guys because it's hot.
I heard how upset Jahir got, and he said you could make amends.
Okay. What?
Maybe,
Alchemist jug and say water for it.
maybe watering this cactus could help.
oh, the water is running down the cactus and hitting the ground, and while it changes a different color, you can see she's just absorbing it. Very happy cactus right now.
Like the whole gallon?
Does it replenish water?
Yeah, it'll come back. I just can't you like overwater plants?
A cactus? Well, that's right. It's in character.
Cactus can store a lot of water.
So the whole gallon.
Yeah.
Dude, it can
Yeah,
really,
you could easily give the cactus the whole gallon and it would be fine.
Okay. I just poured Bill W.
Jir covers the hole so the land is no longer scarred.
Oh, I was gonna say, I may know a spell that can help undo that for the most part.
Did I get my cloth all mudded up with muddy?
Well, now it's under dirt.
But it's still wet right now.
It's buried now.
Cheer. Perhaps a small education on the nature and ways of how not to upset the land. A little bit of a learning lesson for us. And to make sure such an incident doesn't happen again, so that way we don't offend any spirits.
Nikolai is losing his fucking mind. It's just like, yeah, very good point, sir.
Keep an eye on him. We might be able to find out which screw to tighten.
You have to ask the land. And pay attention. The land will provide signs if you are permitted to do any sort of act that you request of it.
Okay, how do I ask the land to dig a hole?
Start looking through my spell book for commune with land. Beat through dirt.
Cayenne would know would be able to roll a survival and understand this one. Hell, she could just roll druid and understand this
Well,
I speak
I need
for the
blood
trees.
one.
clay.
You do speak to the tree.
I'm trying to cool you guys down.
Tears like, friend, I am not hot. I'm not comfy.
I appreciate that. But my brothers and sister are not from here. It is hot.
He's
It
got
is
the water
very hot.
armor. I've got the scarf. We're good.
I'm not wearing that water armor right now. That's for emergencies.
Fair enough. Oh yeah, that's right. You're still fucking red, aren't you?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the heat
so
doesn't
you're
bother me that
actually
much.
fine.
And Cayenne picked out appropriate clothes for this trip.
Yes, but it's only going to get hotter by a lot.
Tears like, we will stop by cave. A nice dune cave. It's like you would be able to do whatever weirdness that you
You'll be
You
fine,
can
Nikolai.
commune to the less appropriate spirits and perhaps expose yourself and dance into the night, if that pleases you.
It will greatly appease him to.
I just want some dirt to make some mud.
Nikolai,
He'll expose himself at
Here.
a more appropriate time.
and I'm gonna hand him one of my vials that I have that has some soil in it that he can
I
use.
need a lot. Like the amount I need.
Uh, we must be moving eggs. And he files everybody back into the wagon and starts moving it along again. Nikolai's like, I'm gonna land. There are strange laws here.
It's just dirt.
Everyone was afraid that Scab was gonna get people in trouble. I feel like Nikolai's gonna get us killed.
Oh no. Most of my, I kind of wrote down a list of who's most likely to start an international incident. Nikolai's at the top. You and I are tied, and then Cayenne.
But the wagon travels for a better part of the afternoon as Nikolai stews in his machine.
I'm literally just going through my bag to see if I have any more dirt left.
And eventually the wagon comes to a stop and you can hear talking outside. And
I will try to find out what's going on out there without exposing where I am.
stealth.
All I see is Mongo, just very slow creeping up, cat head with the ears to the side, big eyeballs.
19.
19. You peek through the top part at what's going on, and you see a group of orcs that are speaking to Tyr. Again, in probably a combination of the common here and the as well as the orcish language. And one of them starts walking around the cart with pulling out a sword and just tapping on it. You look at the sword and it's rusty, it's missing chips, it's not in very good shape. Another one, it has a big giant piece of wood over his shoulder. It looks like a makeshift knot of a tree that he pulled off and shoved a sword through, and that's a makeshift axe or a hammer. So instead of using the sword as a sword, it's now the spike on his giant club.
I thought he would have used the sword as like a cooking utensil.
Wrong species, bud. You're not that crafty. And yeah, you just hear
I'll
him.
back away, cast comprehend languages, and then start listening.
Okay. So the gist of what you're getting is that they want payment for the wagon to travel any further, and they're willing to just take whatever they want to get that payment.
Oh, we're getting shaken down.
And you hear very politely from Jir and Orkish say, "Friends, I would like you to walk away from this. But if it really come down to it, I will feast on your bones and you will make a good meal for my companions."
You're the badass.
Mongo, what? What?
There may be an issue outside. I think there's a band of orcs who's basically trying to shake us down, and our feathered friend is trying to convince them that that would not be in their best interests if they want to die of old age.
You do overhear this from Mongo to Scabbard.
I'm going to do a thing. Yeah, I'm going to concentrate.
I wonder if that pendant would have any effect at all.
Do a history. And this would
Because
actually
Cayenne's contemplating what she's going to do. That was a 17.
You think about it, you probably wouldn't do anything in this area, based off of the fact that it's probably likely orcs that are doing this.
How many of them can I see?
You can see the one walking past. When you poke your head out, you can see the two in the front with Jir. And as the one gets to the back to where the primary doors are, you immediately hear a loud crunch.
I check out the crunch.
You peek out the door and you see that Ace is standing at the back door, and the orc is on the ground with his head completely twisted around, nearly ripped off.
Wait, just
Well, so much for peaceful negotiations. By the way,
And you and you hear another loud crunch, and one of the other orcs looks over, like, kind of curious. And Jir's like, how unfortunate for you. Well, I will praise your elders for your fine givings.
just poke my head up. Need a hand?
And you don't catch what happens up front. And you hear a brief kerfuffle happen in the front of the wagon, and suddenly there's just silence. And Ace opens the door, and he walks over to you, Cayenne, slathered in blood along his arms, and he hands you the tusk from the orcs. He just mangled.
I'll give Ace a hug.
Cheer,
Thank
friend,
you,
are you
Ace.
okay over there?
Oh, I'm fine. These rapscallions serve no purpose. They are no longer among the living. I will say a prayer for them. However, we have a fine wine to drink for dinner.
What?
Fine wine. And you, Cayenne, you can do a survival to pick up on what that means.
Oh,
Scabbard,
boy.
you can do a religion.
He's gonna drink their fucking blood, isn't he?
Probably.
21.
21.
22.
You get it from a religion standpoint. You get it from a god standpoint, and the Lady of Blood. He's gonna distill their blood into alcohol.
Alrighty.
I will take note.
If it is offered, I will try.
But you hear Tyr do another prayer as you guys filter out of the cart. And you step over the body of the orc, and you can see its lower jaw is basically removed from where he pulled the jaw off to separate the tusk from it.
Jeez, Ace.
He's like,
You're badass.
he motions the cayenne, and he's like,
No, it's impressive. It's just, damn.
It's a bit jawing.
Well, from what I've learned in orcish culture, their fights aren't exactly light and fluffy. They're as brutal can get.
yep. And as you guys get to the front of the cart, you can just see like these beautiful circles of blood, and you can see these poor orcs were basically nearly fucking cut in half, but their bodies were cauterized clear through, so they wouldn't leak any liquids anywhere.
That doesn't look like Ace's work, does it?
Oh, not even close.
What happened here?
She was like, I have eggs to protect, so I protect the eggs. Strange custom to you?
Not at
No,
all.
not really. It's actually kind of right up our alley, typically.
It's something we're used to dealing with, but I've never seen such a clean cut before.
I have one word.
Huh.
Impressive.
That's true. And you're just kind of like, I nothing impressive. You're just do job. And he takes out a kit and he like starts to get a jug and he's filtering the blood from their neck using some sort of system to drain them of all their blood.
All right.
I will offer
Um,
assistance if he will accept help.
He does take help from you, Cayenne. Do a survival.
What exactly? Is this part of your ritual, or?
Oh, I will explain further. We will take the gifts that they have provided us, their blood. And we will add a few sprinklings to it that will make it alcoholic. They have gifted us nourishment and liquid.
So you're making wine out of the blood?
Yes.
Okay.
Jir, what are the chances that something or someone might make them come back?
Unlikely.
Okay.
It's a little hard for them to come back when they will be in our bellies before dawn tomorrow.
Right, right.
And you're like,
I got a
Paranoid about
15,
the
by the
Seds,
way.
Are we?
oh yeah, you're able to help out. And you're learning a
doesn't
bit
like
more
undead,
about how to filter blood out
like,
of a
at
body
all.
into a
Oh.
container for
Gab
making
doesn't
wine.
like the undead at all, unless
Yay!
you know.
I'm gonna learn
they
how
could
to
be
do
usable.
transfusions on people.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mongo may try to learn how to make blood wine.
Yeah, you can do a perception or two. Just
I'll just ask him to help in like.
yeah,
learn.
and Cayenne's helping, so she can translate the parts that you're not picking up.
Did I find sufficient amount of dirt? I know I put a bunch of dirt in my bag.
15.
You're picking it up.
Cayenne's gonna be part of a brewery, but she's also gonna do magical transfusions.
Oh, good. We're starting a family business.
You found 6 pounds of dirt,
6 pounds of dirt? Sweet. That's enough.
and you suddenly feel a lot lighter taking all that dirt out.
Was it in my bag of holding?
We'll just say no.
Good God, where have you been storing it?
Oh, no.
You can
Mouse
grab
probably got it all stuck to his fur.
Oh, shut up.
So, Jira, after the blood is thoroughly drained from them and there's no more to get, he adds various things to the jars, the vases, essentially, the jugs. And they get sealed shut and stored so that they can start the fermentation process to be wine or drinkable. And he begins basically treating the bodies like cattle and just stripping meat off and beginning to prep everything so that you guys have a meal. Puts all their belongings into a pile. that you guys can rummage through if you want.
Sure, why not? Waste not, want not. That seems to
After
be
I
the
finish-
law of this land.
Taking the notes down of what all he threw into the wine and how to seal it and all that. Maybe a side note of what to adjust for the recipe to account for our tastes. I'll probably sit there and ponder.
Not humanly.
At some point in time in our lives, we would have found this really fucking weird and uncomfortable. Now,
The crawling through the corpses of zombies is just kind of like a distant memory now.
It's a 21 on investigation, by the way.
yeah, now I kind of look at this, been there, done that. Fucking gross as hell, but now
One
we're
of the
literally
bodies,
going to be drinking the blood
you
of
do
our
find
enemies.
some. You find you're gonna have to make a special note for this because you can't add it directly to your currency. You do find 5 copper pieces and 10 silver of this place. And you do find a dagger that actually looks remarkably nice.
5 temperament copper
And 10 silver.
and temperament.
Is
And
this the endless trials. Not the
endless. All right,
Yeah,
all right.
the endless trials currency.
5 trials copper.
And they're some of the roughest looking made pieces of currency you've ever seen.
10 trials silver. And a intricate dagger.
Mm-hmm.
That's. I shall add.
I guess I'll go look through, see if there's anything that can be fixed up.
Yeah, investigation. And Cayenne's like, I'm helping make dinner for later.
Yes.
9.
It's just all been lumped in a pile, and you're like, well, that's a pile of junk.
So since I now know I have the dirt, I will take the time because now I'm looking for a large kind of like object that I can mix dirt and water in. Now I don't have a bowl in the ground. I wonder if they have like a helmet or a little buckler shield kind of thing that can use.
Investigation.
Because they're not using it anymore.
They sure as fuck are not using it.
24.
The little armadillo Nikolai comes over and starts looking through, and he finds a buckler, but you can see all these holes in here. Like, oh, I got candles. I could just seal that with wax.
Yeah, that'll probably work. That'll work.
But Jir basically cleans the bodies of everything it needs to be. Starts putting long-term meals together, essentially using the offals as like ingredients for haggis
Yummy.
and other things of the sort.
Pork
Stews.
jerky!
Yeah. Nothing's going to waste.
That seems to be the law of this land.
You're like, it's pretty savage.
It's savage but effective.
And just kind of chewing on a piece of bone after breaking it open and just enjoying the taste of it as he's working a little bit. Okay. So after this wondrous event goes on, you guys eventually come to a stop, and it's by this rather large dune. And Jir works a little bit and basically carves a small, like, after doing some sort of ritual like he did before. This one is different, but carves into the dune and basically allows like almost like a small cave area to be formed into it. And sets up the wagon there where the fire will be mostly unseen and tarps that come down over the actual dune to hide everything. So it's all enclosed and takes time to basically hide the cart under a layer of sand.
That's kind of cool.
So it blends in and looks like part of the actual dune. If you walk by, you would never see it.
You know, you'd find it really is if you were.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And he takes off his overcoat and he sets it down. Do an investigation.
I got a
24.
22.
12.
23. You're kind of looking at your book, trying to understand it, but you see, not as greatly as the rest of the group does, but you see that under his undercoat, you can actually see the weapons he has, and it's these two long scimitars.
Nice.
And then around his actual waist, you see all these basically other scimitars, just free hanging, unsheathed. Looks to like, oh,
Kind of like a
like-
scimitar skirt.
yeah.
He's a sword lord.
And it's just like, oh.
A swordsman.
A very terrifying one. And he takes it off and begins cleaning each individual blade, making sure it's in working condition. As the food begins to cook over the campfire.
So that thing in the cart, correct me if I'm understanding, it's like a mechanized fan.
It's only operated by wind blowing.
Oh. Now I have more to figure out. Okay.
So yeah, you can talk to amongst each other or talk to Jir as he's cleaning his blades.
Put my book away. What?
Come here. Got a question for you. I want to ask you a question, but I need to show you something.
Okay.
So you see that thing in the cart?
There's lots of things in the car.
Pointing at the thing. That's like it moves when the cart's moving. You have any ideas on how to get that to move permanently? Whether or not the cart's moving?
No, cast gust on it enough, eventually it'll stick. But that'll take a while.
What is gust? Is that a DC spell?
Cantrip.
Huh.
Cayenne, what are you doing?
Huh.
That will take.
I am
Wild.
currently
get it to
enamored
stick.
by
I get it,
sunset
So go ahead and do that on the.
that no one
tomorrow
has
week.
noticed yet.
your beautiful new friend.
Yes, that eats wet bread.
Wet bread.
I guess it only eats wet bread because there's not really that many fruits out here in the desert.
Yeah,
Yep.
kind of makes sense.
I know what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be testing different fruits with the beetle.
You
Yeah, that's literally not a spell that Nikolai has cast.
found a new friend for your world, your robe.
Try
Yes.
and
Or the atrium.
Yeah.
It could be a little assistant to Audrey.
Oh. Audrey gets a friend.
Yes.
Have any like
I
Other
think
traps?
I'm gonna
Audrey
be
gets a sentient brooch.
studying the book a bit more.
So as you guys are working and you're studying the beetle, and Jir is working on cleaning all of his blades, you're looking at the book and one of the lashings just pops open.
I'm gonna try and figure out how that happened.
Investigation.
Okay, a natural 20.
Actual 20. You look at it, and you're absolutely dumbfounded by this mechanism. There's no rhyme or reason how this mechanism actually works. Even with a natural 20, you're like, wait, do I need a key? Is there a secret word, element, something?
It's like literally just a latch that just lays on top of a thing, but doesn't actually latch.
It's something that is just kind of melting your brain at the moment.
Go ahead and see if any of the other parts move.
They don't.
Huh.
And, Mongo,
Hmm.
do a perception for me.
First, he asked me to cast the cantrip Gust to make the fan move, see how long it goes.
Okay. Only goes for a few moments.
A few moments.
Huh.
All right.
Do I see any new runes?
And then you asked for what roll?
Perception.
23.
23. You look over and you see Scabbard with his book like this, and he's messing with the latching that came open, trying to figure out how to open the other latchings.
Having trouble, brother.
Somewhat. Well, it's a tome from the temple. It's more or less the temple's.
Did you ask to before?
Actually, it was granted upon me. It's
Okay.
wholly simple, but it also contains documentation and such.
Another
as proof.
latching pops open.
Believe it comes down to a one's faith.
Maybe it's picking up on the desire to actually read it.
Well, there is, for sure, to understand more, to learn, and essentially do what I've devoted to do.
Cayenne, do a nature for me. Actually, a survival.
21.
As you're watching your little newfound friend there, something catches your interest in the moonlight, and you can see a few more of those little type of beetles actually pushing around wet grains of dirt into a pile.
I could pick on it.
We're definitely not stopping. I know that. But I'll definitely
The
watch.
grape ape donut's pretty good.
Well, you are stopped for the night. You're in a camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can go over and get a few more new friends.
I am going to very cautiously go over to said beetles.
They're just going about their business, not really paying you any mind, and just gathering little wet chunks of earth that they find.
I will squat down close by just to watch them for a little bit.
It's almost like watching a lake at nighttime with them catching a light in the darkness under the moonlight. And as you look up, you can see across the desert where it's kind of glistening from the grains of sand, as well as a bunch of these beetles going about their business all across the desert.
Oh, Lord.
Well, it's not like hundreds of them, but you can see them spread out where it's making it almost like twinkle, like stars.
Okay. I was like, please don't let this be like the mummy.
Oh no, those beetles come later. Wait, what?
What?
Please no.
So, we pick up where we left off. Scabbard, the third latch has unlocked from this. And you can see around the foothills of pages, you can see a glowing pink
You see that too, right?
Yep.
Kind of clearly magic.
Okay. You said 13?
Mhm.
Making careful. Yeah, apparently the music was blowing out chat.
Oh,
I had to turn it down to about 10% to save their ears.
yeah, their ears should be very, very important to us.
Yeah. Okay. So, huh? Yeah, they're saying it's fine now. They can actually hear us over it now. It's not that. It was tuned before, but something got mixed up, and then during break that caused a black whack. So yeah, you pick up that it's divine with a little bit of infernal, like just assault bay infernal a little bit.
Interesting. There's a little, like, not very much, but like, there might be like a passage or less than a chapter or something of infernal in there or something. So very little sprinkled throughout, just for like little flavor.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But other than that, yeah, that thing is clearly fine.
Are you gonna open the book, Scabbard?
I am, carefully, so as not to like cause any damage
Yeah,
or anything.
you open the book and you casually just gently open the book up, right, to that page, and you can see runes actually just floating off the page, almost just dissipating into the air. And yeah, you can't read anything that's on the page, and you just kind of you see like a little circle appear, and it just kind of dancing with it, it just disappears.
I really need to get a hold of a linguist's codex.
And
I'm just working on it. As soon
and
as we get back, I can
as you're
fix
looking
this
at the
up.
book in your hands, you see like two little horns pop out of it. The page is like liquid, and you see two little hands, and you see this little figure pull themselves up out of the pages, and they stretch. And
Hello?
What
and they
the
look over,
fuck?
and it this little figure that sits on the edge of the page and completely stark naked. And just looks over and says, oh, not what I was expecting to be assigned to.
I could say the same.
3,000 years in a book will give you such a great night.
You hear an unfamiliar voice behind you, Cayenne.
I'm
you
gonna
feel
turn around.
Yeah, and you see this little figure sitting on Scabbard's book that he's holding.
That's a 25.
25? This is very clearly an imp from the 90s.
Well,
Brother, what the fuck?
And
the temple doesn't discriminate.
she stands up on the pages. Oh, I think the gods have a sense of humor. They put me with you. Someone that has no charisma. Well, I guess having no charisma at all is a good punishment for someone as. Well, at least one of us has the looks. You, on the other hand, I'm pretty sure we can find a bag to put over your head. You walk back over, Cayenne.
I'll walk back over. I'm just going to offer like the smallest little rolled joint to them
What?
as a
Rather-
I'm sorry for the minor inconvenience. Enjoy some smoke.
Oh, gifts and libations. Oh, that puts me in such a mood.
Oh,
I'm
no.
way too sober or not sober enough for this.
And what you're looking at is this little, like, purplish pink imp that is very curvaceous and adorable looking.
Who, I suppose, what and who are you?
How?
What?
Is that?
The how is obvious.
I'm sorry, how many books have I fucking gone through? Look, I've told you things jump out at you, but not fucking literally.
She she very gently takes it from you and she said, well, I was assigned to you for good behavior. And
What's good
I will
behavior?
be the translator between the gods and your stupidity.
Good behavior, huh?
Who's good behavior, his or yours?
Look, I'm good.
Shit, that was out loud, I'm sorry. Polite.
Listen, feline. If anybody has a reputation of being a mischief maker in the hells, it's your kind.
Careful, I think she's trying to steal you from coin. She just called you a lion.
Okay, look, flatterly get your damn
I
word
said
out.
feline.
Oh god, you're not calling me a fucking liar like him, are you?
You're a cat. Rather short one. Maybe a house cat? Tabby?
Excuse you?
Right, Tubby. Very tubby.
Fuck you, Tubby! I'm fluffy, damn it! See, all this fur. Oh, crap, I'm arguing with fucking Doug. Oh my god.
She puts her hands on her hips and cocks them to the side and just stands there and we're just staring at the full Monty she has presented.
Offer whatever bottle I grabbed to everybody else.
What's your name?
Well, it's complicated. Imps don't get names.
Well, then we'll have to get one for you. Or rather, give you one.
She sits down on the book and she kind of sinks into it like it's a little hot tub and just kind of leans back against the edge of it.
I know the temple doesn't discriminate, but how did you end up inside of a divine book?
And if you turn the page, does somebody else come out?
Look, you're a paladin. I'll use simple terms for you. You, paladin of many gods. They, that are more powerful than you, appointed me to you as the guide.
Oh god, you're his caseworker.
Oh, I've been demoted to public work. I mean, I suppose that's...
Or is this like one of those like one of those groups that like don't really get mentioned, and like they have like an agent and she's like the handler? Or...
Oh, I'm handling nothing he has to offer.
Well, he's married. Somebody else has done that.
That doesn't stop most people from cheating.
Uh,
Would you cheat for this?
Hell no.
Perhaps one day, when you are in the house, you'll come to me and be like, oh! Can you polish me off? And I'll be like, maybe.
Odds are, if I wind up in the Nine's Hells, it's because a certain somebody made sure I went there.
What are you doing, Cayenne?
I'm just taking in this whole scene that's just happening right in front of me.
I'm gonna go through the ingredient list of that blood wine and see if there's anything extra in there.
Maybe coffee.
clearly, the divines and the profane have a sense of humor for both of us.
Obviously. Because they take something as useful as me and they put them with something that's not so useful as you.
I could close this book on you, you know.
And then you won't have a guide.
So the book's just supposed to stay open for all time?
Oh, I can go back inside and it's like a little home for me and I can just hang out. In fact, And the book slams shut, all the latchings close.
Well, that was really interesting and different.
What the fuck did we put into Bloodline? I hear no kind.
Just what Jahir instructed.
It was essentially just spicy herbs and fermentation herbs. And lots of sugar.
Yeah.
Look, we've all had hallucinations before based off of certain ingredients that were added, and I'm just trying to figure out which ones.
How is Gab responding to this?
Confusion, but amusement. Like, okay. This is weird, but interesting.
Imagine if she decides to just pop out in the middle of the busy marketplace.
Then what can I do to stop that?
Or a town where where gods are banned.
Oh well. We'll deal with that when the time comes.
If gods are banned, would he even be allowed through the front door?
Does he look like a normal paladin?
Sure, he does have an anti-concussion helmet.
And the book opens again as you're holding it. And why did you not stop at their temple in town? They're supposed to be gathering knowledge.
You are absolutely correct.
And you are an absolute idiot for missing that opportunity. And the book closes.
What color were they again?
She's bluish purple.
Bluish purple? So like a royal
So,
purple color almost?
She's blurple.
And there's all of her highlights are pink.
Oh my god, there we go. That's your name. Blurple. Blue and purple. It's perfect.
Oh, the glare you're getting from Cayenne. Oh, you're gonna get stabbed.
And until you come up with something better, that's what it is for now.
Actually, I think right now, little fucker would probably be a little better.
And Mongo, you get the thought that was probably one of her professions in the house.
Well, that was interesting. I have many questions. And soon, those questions will have questions.
And you're realizing the book isn't for you to read, it's for her to read and interpret for you.
For her to read to you. Oh my god, I just had a flashback of the time we made
Oh, shit.
a kid's book.
I have an unruly fucking scribe.
Manny's having a midlife crisis over there.
Feel like I'm doing management work again.
So, Cayenne,
Mm-hmm.
now that the weirdness is played out before you, do you go back to watching the Beatles?
Yes.
Alright.
Beatles.
And Nikolai,
Yes.
tell me what you're working on.
Currently building what could amount to actually
Well, you being a rat and understanding going around and around in a wheel, it's not too hard for you. So, tinkering.
I want to say that I'm good. I probably know what the number is.
So you start working on your hamster wheel, and you get it together, and then it falls over and it hits your clay construction. You see large cracks form in it. And you realize you forgot to put the tightening bolt on it once you assembled it.
Okay. Go back.
You okay over there, Manny?
I'm actually gonna approach Jair. Whenever that opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, he has all of his blades laid out in a half circle, all cleaned.
Quite a collection there, friend.
Many beautiful crafted blades for my sword.
You're not a normal travel guide. And I am grateful for that.
Excuse me, friend. Not to sound disparaging to your other guides, but shouldn't all travel guides be prepared to handle delicate eggs such as yourself?
In some locations, it's not a necessity, but in others, it is.
Weird foreign lands and lack of caring.
There are some regions that simply don't require it and others that do. This happens to be one where I am very grateful that we have one such as yourself, friend.
Well, I simply do as I need to.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the land, the people in here? What types of gods and such they worship? About these spirits? The culture itself? I like to learn such things, and I like to take notes and scribe the information so that it can be shared.
Well, the culture of the trial is a strange one. It's kind of a sharing pot of many different cultures, primarily the Orcish culture. But the Hellborn, they tend to bring their own culture and it blends. The natives of the Philly folk, they have their own culture that also blends. We're not too accepting of outside culture influence as we believe in the purity of our own.
You'd be surprised how common that is around the world.
We tend to, those that are not of orcish nature tend to respect the land and the gods that rule the land. The god of, well, the goddess of fire, the realm of fire itself, and, Mother Nature as well.
What are they known as?
I have grabbed his names for you. Let me find my notes. I have to open my notes. One second. What's up?
Yeah. Got quiet.
Yeah, you guys can actually talk amongst yourselves while I'm doing this.
Yeah, Mongo's just working on like grading notes and researching and shit. Every book he opens now is going to be very cautious with.
Right, there might be an imp hiding in there,
A bit.
or some other folk.
Yeah.
So for Mongo, House is getting up and walking around. Not weird. But creatures coming out of books is.
Have we forgotten about the alligator book?
That wasn't a book, an alligator coming out of a book. It was an alligator having a mouth for a book.
The gator book?
Full of bad jokes.
So the goddess of fire, I will send that one to you, and I love to watch you struggle pronouncing things. Where the fuck is the chat? There it is.
Sorry.
So,
Should be.
Ishir looks over and motions towards the fire. Shit, that got really tiny. That was like a 4-point font on my screen.
Damn. That's...
Yeah. So, the goddess of fire, Surat Ali, she's beautiful, but very anger prone. Some say that someday that she will walk the earth and scorch it to burn it anew, but however, she tends to be at odds with the nature goddess of Oleran, the true nature goddess. Cayenne, you actually hear that name behind you. The goddess of nature, the grand matron.
I'm gonna be listening, but I'm not gonna say anything.
And who would that be?
The grand, she is the nature goddess. The one that has created all this beautiful land that we see before us. This land was obviously created in a moment of anger, probably.
Probably.
But me, as Tyr, is not one to judge her actions. I am to simply praise her actions and accept her outcome and her gifts. Kayan is probably happy to hear that.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Couldn't help but notice that temple back in the town as well. What do you know about places like that here?
Another god that we worship is Tili. He's the goddess of rain.
You'll have to send that to me because I have no idea how to.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It-
it's with the letters. He's got a bitch slap with a look.
Not as badly as he was bitch slapped by an imp floating out of a book. So you ask about the temple? Oh, well, that temple is primarily to worship the various lords of hell.
Hmm.
As the Hellborn tend to worship their fathers. Or mothers in some cases.
The temple of the profane.
They also worship, the god of greed and the god of commerce as well.
Like double quote, quoting like Thunder like Ross.
Hmm. I'm just gonna sit there and just listen to whatever he does throughout for now and
Yeah.
take notes and everything.
Yeah, basically talking about tales here and there. Eventually, the night does come to essentially what would be considered a close. You find yourself off to bed eventually, listening to the story in the background. It kind of feels like a bedtime story to you. It's pleasant listening to Tyr speak in front of the fire like a great storyteller. Roll another tinkering for me. At disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
I probably would share some of like the stories of like the beings and such from other regions.
You manage to repair your work. And one thing that you guys do get a warning before you do go to sleep is to ignore the whispers of the djinn on the wind. To be lured away from the camp and lost in the trial and to forever become die.
Perhaps there is something I may be able to help that might protect us a bit. With permission of the land, of course. If it may be permitted.
Well, it's simple to get permission from the land. Simply offer some of your water, your personal water.
I don't sweat. And it seems kind of disrespectful to spit or piss upon the land.
And you hear this and you understand exactly. That's exactly what Conjurer means. Tears, spit, anything of that nature, blood.
Gav, you can use anything with water in it. But it's gotta be personal. Your spit, your sweat, your tears, your blood.
Blood, sweat, and tears. Got it.
Any bodily fluid for the right reasons is acceptable.
Okay. In that case, I will go ahead and, with the tiniest bit of the blade unsheathed, take a swipe with my thumb.
Let's see. You take a tiny swipe, and you feel it actually dig into the bone a little bit.
Squeeze a decent amount out.
It's not hard.
Let a couple of drops onto the ground. But I'm gonna use that, what's available there, to trace the sigils for a sanctuary for our camp.
Alright. But yes, you eventually find yourself to sleep. Nikolai, what was your roll?
Working.
You get your repairs done, but the exhaustion of the heat, you eventually just kind of pass out earlier than you would. Scaff, you eventually find yourself in bed, and eventually people start taking watch order. Cayenne, you're on your watch, and
Okay.
nothing is eventful going on, and quiet as hell. Not even crickets, just the wind on the sand dune. And the crackle of the fire, and you get briefly distracted for a moment. You look across the fire and you see someone sitting there. And they just put a pipe into the fire and light it, take a few puffs.
I'm not saying a word. I'm just looking at them and watching them.
And do a investigation.
Damn, that was almost a good roll, but it's a 5.
You're enamored by their beauty. It's a very beautiful, and what you can assume is probably not a normal being. Wearing very flowy, revealing clothes, and she has her hair up into like 2 buns. And she's like, so. I'm just gonna be straight, and she takes a few puffs of her pipe. Straightforward. Consider your entire time here at my home a trial. That's all. The trial of fire.
Did she just meet another archdruid?
I'm very confused. I was like, wait a minute, did I just meet another archdruid? Did I just meet another archdruid? Oh boy.
You can ask her.
Trial, do you mean an archdruid test?
Wouldn't speak of anything else.
Okay.
Look, you'll either pass it, or you'll turn to ash and become one of my followers. That's simple.
Understood.
If you make it back to the dreadful waterfront, consider your test passed. But I want you to just, go to the realm of fire, trot your ass all the way back to the docks, and that's my trial.
Okay.
Easy enough. I think you can handle that.
All I can say is I will do my best.
You can do a survival.
That's a 15.
You can feel warmth coming from her, and you quickly put together that she is a Jinn of fire.
So a Jinn of Fire is an archdruid. Got it.
And you notice no manacles on her. She is a free Jinn, which makes her even more dangerous.
Ha ha ha. No big deal. No big deal at all.
You got this. You got this.
And she
Wasn't like
stands
I was. Wasn't like I was going to pick Circle of Wildfire first over Circle of Spores or anything.
She stands up and she looks over at you, and she has beautiful amber eyes, and her hair goes from almost like a blonde to a strawberry color to like a really dark red. And she takes a puff of the pipe and she reaches over and hands it to you.
I will gingerly take it because it would be rude not to accept.
And she just nods and, do you take a smoke from it?
Yes.
As you take a smoke from it and, let out the smoke, you look where she was and she's gone.
Do I still have the pipe?
Yeah.
What?
And you look at the pipe, and it looks like it's some sort of either elephant, or perhaps some sort of rhino tusk, or some unknown type of tusk creature that lives within this area.
I might do an investigation on that later.
You can do it right now. You're on your watch. So.
I will take my time to do that then.
All right. Go ahead and roll and add 20.
With 20 added, that'd be 26.
You
Good lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No rolls like that.
Tom,
It
you
hurt
look
my
like
feelings
that.
sometimes.
You look at the pipe and you study it for a bit, and you're just left with a really haunted feeling about this druid. That they don't have a traditional circle of followers like other druids. That their followers essentially burn up in this realm. The trial or the realm of fire, and they become ash. And they're animated ash that follows her.
Oh,
Carried by the
they're
wind.
they're ash golems.
Yeah.
A bunch of assholes.
Okay.
And yeah, you could take that as scary as it is.
I'm not gonna lie, the ash golems that were in Skyrim terrified me. I those were like literally the only things I hated fighting. I was like, why are y'all so creepy? Why did they make you so creepy? Ugh.
So, your watch eventually comes to the end, and Scabbard, you come on to the watch before morning, and you see Cayenne sitting there with a pipe, looking about 1,000 yards stare into the desert.
What you got there, sister?
Warning of a potential reality.
Right.
Dropping that heavy nugget on you when you first wake up.
I'd give you blessings, but obviously you don't need them. So, good luck?
I'm gonna have to think of how I'm going to tackle this. Because I don't know what I'm going to be tested on.
I'm guessing you met your next, trial?
Yeah, if I fail, I get to be basically a Ash puppet follower.
Interesting, interesting. You have fun with that. First, though, I don't think it's ever been established. Do you have a holy symbol?
You cut out for a second.
Oh, do you have a holy symbol?
You do. You're the one that came up with it.
Yes. Didn't I type it out to you?
You never gave it to
Oh.
Scabbard.
I don't think so, no.
Well, I'm saying, did I type it up to you? Because I don't remember if I did.
You might have.
Hold on. Because I can
Seriously.
I can easily think of another.
See, high or
Easily.
low, Mongo?
Right?
Cool.
We'll see.
No, you're standing on my mouth, my touchpad.
Because
That's her mouse pad.
ah,
Hey, look. Trying to do something.
Yeah, so was she. She caught the mouse.
By the way, I don't know if I ever said it, but I would have also healed up the cut as well.
I'll type up what it is. I might use logo maker and make one so there's a visual reference.
but you have Cayenne's holy symbol. However, you don't have Osmond's.
Don't have your sisters. I feel like
Just turn it upside down.
Just turn it upside down.
I mean, you were given the holy symbol to Nevaeh, so you technically do have it.
I guess I would, yeah. That's right, they're one and the same. Well, try and get some good rest tonight. Give her a gentle pat of reassurance.
Yeah, it's weird still getting used to your sister walking on 2 legs instead of 4.
I'm still not used to you being smaller.
Smaller. I'm taller than you still.
Yeah, but you used to take up more mass cause
Oh.
horse. But now
Yeah.
small cause person.
Said the worst.
Yeah, it's odd. I now face the issue of some places I have to duck my head down.
I can see how I can't see how that can be a thing because I don't have to worry about that, but I can kind of understand how that could be a problem because I face the opposite issue of being too short for things.
Have you ever gotten your horns like stuck against something when you were trying to go underneath something?
Well, these ones, because they're not detached, right?
No, they go back, and then they curve. Your head is very streamlined.
These ones, not yet, and I hope not ever. But the ones that I had before, they kind of like went wherever the hell they wanted. They were a part of me, but not a part of me.
Scavert's worst enemy right now, a nut.
Okay.
Now, see, him just being more streamlined, that's just more reason for him to go for the arrow rod. He's more aerodynamic. He's going to work out great for this.
I just remember the old Batman where it was like a net that didn't even come from and they were like struggling in it. The Adam West Batman.
Oh, yeah, no. That thing was meant to be camp. And it is fucking wonderful.
Dude,
Quick, give me
that
the
wasn't
circle
just
colors.
camp, that was summer camp.
Sometimes you just can't get rid of a bomb.
So,
No, I
Cayenne,
just found out the way to best describe
your night comes to an end and you can go
Scav's
take
journey.
some sleep.
You know that coexist bumper sticker?
Yeah.
That.
Scabbard,
Yes.
reception for me.
Perception. I hate you.
You heard that? I fucking heard that.
25.
Nothing happens on your watch.
That what I just sent to you is Cayenne with the beetle.
Oh.
They are broken.
They are! I've lost this
Yeah.
entire side of the table.
Yep.
Hey, Tom, how's it feel to share a brain cell with Manny?
Oh, ow.
Oh, give it back. Oh, you'll have to go back and watch to miss what happened there.
I earned that. I hate you.
So,
I'm not so happy.
eventually morning comes and breakfast is made by Cheer, waking everybody up. Except you, you're already up. And
Was that about his
Calm down. Yeah, he passes out what essentially looks like shot glasses, but they're teacups. And you see basically what looks like an edible leaf and some sort of paste in it while he's preparing the main meal.
Oh, good. He made hors d'oeuvres.
But yeah, you can go ahead and give it a taste.
Sure.
I'll give it a taste.
Sure, let's try it.
Supply the metal armadillo sample.
Essentially what it is a spicy fermented ground up coffee meal mixed with agave.
Mixed with what?
Agave for
Oh, okay.
sweetening.
Oh, of course.
I don't know how to feel about this.
And you gather that this is how they drink coffee here,
Mm.
or consume coffee in this case.
This
And-
might not be a good thing for our little mousy friend.
And hi, Anne. You can do a nature if you choose to.
Poor
Mongo,
Nicholas.
you can do your mixology if you want to.
Sure.
I got a 19.
That was adorable.
You pick on up a little bit of chocolate undertones to it.
So a sleight of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a modified 10.
Modified 10.
Yeah.
Here, this
It's
is
early.
fantastic.
It's
I'm gonna share
it,
with you some of my recipes.
it's tasty, but God, is it strong?
Numbers.
Nikolai's like,
Here, this is fantastic. I must share with you some of my recipes for coffee. Have you ever thought about boiling this in water?
Cheer looks over. We would never disgrace such food that way.
Really? I'm sorry.
Oh God, I have the hiccups again. But
It's a sweetie kitty.
someone punched me in the sternum.
No.
No.
We still need you to be able to breathe.
Yeah, even though you're requesting to get punched in the sternum, you're gonna hit back.
So yeah, you get like the coffee essentially to go with the rest of the meal, and of course you're having delicious pork for breakfast that's been prepared like sausage.
Nom nom nom.
Yeah, it's like you're like, I can't wait to tell everybody what we ate on the way. Hey, Feisty, I got something for your menu. Wait, nope, most people won't eat it.
Mm.
Oh, Feisty would try.
Hmm. You know, the weird thing
How
is,
weird it would be if one of us played a half.
Fuck.
awkward, like,
I would play that, but that half orc character is in fact a cannibal. So
Yeah, true.
Oh, that'd be awesome. So, yeah, you guys are free to talk amongst yourselves as you have breakfast.
Did I conjure any food while I was sleeping?
Ah, that's right. I had forgot about that. The Scooby-Doo special.
So a sandwich
A
as big as
retarded
I
gag
am?
with-
A sandwich about that tall.
Yeah, like, oh good, I can eat my body height in
the
sandwich.
the next one needs to be a pastry of some sort.
A pasty sandwich
Dude, I would fucking kill for a good pasty right now, okay?
So a pasty with stone ground mustard,
Okay.
a sauerkraut,
Okay.
you
ham,
lost me with the sauerkraut.
and Swiss.
Sounds so good.
You know, for whatever reason, maybe it's just the quality, ham and Swiss. I'll pass.
Or homemade pastrami.
Oh fuck, I'll do that.
It's technically kind of like ham.
It's strongly different.
It's like better ham.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You go over, you look at the sandwich you conjured.
Make notes of it. See if anybody else wants some.
It's got every kind of meat you can imagine, and all the different vegetables go with it, and like 6 kinds of cheeses.
Oh good, I made a fucking meat mountain.
And Jer looks at it.
Fucking hungry was I? Damn!
Jer looks at it, and he's like, huh. I will try a small portion.
Of which hemisphere?
Whichever you
Your choice. It seems to be more than plenty to go around.
Yeah, you guys are looking at this giant sandwich.
Trying to
Maybe
remember if
that's
I had any dreams or something. Trying to figure my sandwich conjuring to anything that may have happened beforehand to see if maybe my subconscious is
Wisdom?
experimenting. Actually, I don't have that one memorized. Let's see. My wisdom is a +2, so that's 22. Natural 20 is basically what I'm saying.
Oh, natural 20? You remember the dream vividly, ironically, it's an offshoot of one of the stories that Coin told you about. You were swimming through the air as if it were water through the clouds, and flumps were all around you. And you guys flew to the moon and took a bite out of it and realized it was actually made of cake. And that's when you woke up.
Oh, good. Mongo's just going full Shaggy. Like Zoink Scab.
You're fucked.
So if I'm Shaggy, you're Scooby.
Are you gonna
He's Fred, clearly.
befriend a Kadiat and go eventually?
All right,
on
go
a-
ahead, say it. Which one are we?
I don't know.
Check in.
Well, I mean,
Because I'm
like,
not sure who Cayenne is. Because it depends on what point in time, which timeline are you talking about for Daphne? Because at one point in time, she was just damsel in distress waiting to happen.
Yeah.
But Cayenne is
Far
not
from
in
that.
distress.
but at another point in time, Daphne also became kind of a badass too. Though.
Yeah, she basically became the team's muscle. But also she knows a ton of shit. If anybody's Velma, it's gonna be Kibba. You still have to worry about losing the glasses.
So, you guys are free to talk amongst yourselves at the breakfast.
So,
Ooh, spooky cayenne voices.
Nice.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Kippa being Velma hits almost too hard.
so, Jared, you mentioned yesterday, one must ask.
My friend, I don't know if I can explain it to you.
Common language, so
He looks over at you very weird, raises an eyebrow slightly, brings a bone up and crunches it very loudly, almost like a overly crunchy potato chip.
Dang.
I will take a couple of turns and move the sandwich where it's easily accessible to anybody who wants it.
That would probably take a couple turns.
Yeah.
Let's make sure our camel buddy gets some too.
The camel, as you go over, is chewing on a cactus.
That can't be healthy for him, can it?
Yours, like, that is fine. That is their primary diet.
Really? I thought kobolds like ate anything. I wouldn't eat that.
You have to. Asking the earth is listening to it, putting yourself close to it, and listening to signs that it is okay with it or not okay. We're raised here to understand the signs. It's not something you can simply learn. Cayenne, you would understand what Jira is saying. Being a druid.
You gotta get in touch with your inner druid, dude.
Yeah, Nate. Let's see you play Nikolai as a little hippie.
I mean, you already have the little mobile thing you're living in.
Oh my god. Just paint it yellow with a stripe.
Every time he tries to prestidigitate himself clean, it smells like patchouli.
Whenever he's putting around, it's magic smoke that comes out.
Rainbow smoke.
Rainbow smoke.
Smells of evergreen.
Oh, see, on the head we gotta get like a little horn, so we can be like a little
Hey, Nikolai, if you would like to take a shot, roll nature.
armadillo that parts
Sorry,
beautiful.
I'm very distracted by cats all over my face.
Imagine walking into a room with 50 cats and they all sneeze at once during shedding season.
Fuck.
I can just see it now.
Oh, I was going to approach it with some fashion, but 16? No, that's good. 22.
22. So, how do you approach talking to the earth?
Well, I was actually going to do it very analytically. I was going to survey what I could see, like climbing on top of a cart or something, and see if I can determine where water would flow, if it actually does flow in this area, and then go down there and basically just say, well, some dirt. So we can just wash away next time it rains. So it's just gonna go nowhere. If there's a problem, let me know.
I will intervene and say, that is not the way to go around.
I don't know.
Look for what you think is a face in the dirt.
How has Cayenne respected the earth, and how has Deer done it as well? They would be good examples about how to go about it, to emulate.
I don't know. Like they talked to it. That's exactly what I was gonna do.
You also get closer to it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm digging in the dirt. Like, how much closer can I get?
Wow, Nate Damage character was digging a hole. That's great. That's fucking multitasking right there, bud.
God, I may have you sleep on the couch. Or in the car. Oh my god. Oh, this is what it's like to have a child. Manny, is this what your parents felt like?
Literally.
No,
Honestly?
my.
The land.
It would be different if me or you had a child. You know, me and you, we would have been locked somewhere because our temper went out the window.
He's looking for a good place for dirt to be.
Okay.
Going over that place, talking to the land, and asking for some type of sign that this is not an appropriate thing to do.
Cayenne, it would not be out of place for you to grab Nikolai and shove his face to the ground at this point.
Eat
As you
dirt.
see him climb on top of the cart, getting further away from the earth.
Well, we want to make sure we don't break his metal disguise too, though.
Nikolai, put face in dirt.
Yeah, would I find a good place to go?
The best way
Looking
to
in the
speak
land
to
and, like looking
No.
for a good spot, and then I'm gonna go to that spot, and then we're gonna talk
No.
to the ground.
no. You-
Why?
The further you get away from the earth, the less likely of a chance that you'll get an answer.
I'm not asking to land anything while I'm up here. I'm looking for a good spot where I think I will get the dirt I need.
Kai, and you would know that by speaking here, that it would tell you where to go.
And then when I see a good spot, I'm gonna go over that spot and talk nicely to the dirt.
Speak to find a spot.
Ask the dirt for directions to the best spot.
You hear Mongo say that.
But I'm looking for the dirt I need.
Jared looks over. Come down Middle Street.
Can I do a quick look?
Perception.
I just want to grab him by the nape of his neck and just press his face and hold his face in the dirt. Say
I'm going
speak.
to move position so that way I am not like
15.
in the line
15?
of fire. Or in case
Give
your
some
distance goes
divine
fast.
intervention on this bitch.
You don't see nothing but heat and
Okay.
dunes.
Okay.
Is there a sign that says the spice must flow?
I will get down.
You see a couple of orcs out in the distance, and one of them looks up and says, "I ain't find shit."
I will get down off the cart. And Jared has ushered me over to him. Just look at it. What's up?
He gently lowers your head toward the ground.
Okay, does it look like usable dirt?
He motions for you to ask. Nikolai, put your receiving receptacles to the ground and ask.
Okay. I will put my side of my head to the ground. And ask, can I have some dirt that I can use for what I'm trying to build, please?
You have 6 pounds of dirt, and you need more.
I'm trying to understand the process, so if I need more, I know what to do.
Oh, as far as asking?
Yes.
God, you're worse at describing shit than I am.
Okay. So I do that. Like, can I have some dirt I need for the project I'm trying to build to keep the fleshy people cool?
As you see him ask that, you see the dune shift that you guys are next to just completely bury him under sand and dirt.
Bury what?
Bury you under the sand and dirt.
Bury me under the sand with you.
Yeah.
You've been buried
the
alive.
dune shifted down on top of you and just completely buried you.
But it's dirt, not sand.
Dirt and sand. And Kyan, you see Nikolai just completely gone under the sand and dirt.
Does that mean yes?
Yeah, Cheers like, oh, well, that's new. Oh,
Push it out my way.
it's not working. It just
Okay, so does that qualify more as a yes, you can use this dirt, or fuck you, die slow?
I'm gonna reach in to try to grab Nikolai.
sleight of hand.
I got a 10.
You do eventually find the Nikolai trying to make movement, but not going anywhere, simply sinking more into the earth, and you're able to, what I assume is pull him out.
Yes.
And as Cayenne pulls you free of this tomb, you can hear all sorts of creaking and grinding from all the sand and dirt got in the joints.
Yeah. As soon as I'm out, precipitate everything out.
And you realize you're gonna have to oil a lot of pieces.
So what does this mean? Anybody? Any idea? I have no idea.
The general consensus is, okay.
It seems
Well,
that the
he's
la-
never seen that happen before.
Look, I don't know much about nature spirits, just the gods and the way they work, and the profane in the way they work. I'm going to assume yes?
I look at Jer for confirmation.
Jir is getting all of his gear back on and getting ready to leave.
Jer, sir, please guide me through this decision. What would you take this as?
I don't mean to be insulting to such a fragile egg. However, you're like a deaf and blind person wandering the desert.
Okay.
So instead of being the group's friend, you're our group's Helen Keller.
Cheesy boy.
I
Hi,
guess.
cheesy boy. Hi, cheesy boy.
Definitely something here unknown.
Cayenne, you would understand that the dirt provided and the sand would be okay to use.
Well, that's why I ask. Is it dirt that I can use? I can look at it. Can you tell me anything like?
You can use the sand.
Will it work for what I'm trying to do? Look. You can play with it.
I mean, you can use touch flame on it and turn it into glass.
Well, yeah, okay. I have the dirt that I had in my pouch, in a bowl kind of thing, sitting there in the machine. Now I don't have it anymore in my bag, so I will shovel a bunch of it into my bag of holding. Maybe it'll be at some point.
I mean, if you come across a guy named Anakin, I hear he has a weakness to sand.
After I press to dissipate all the sand out of my boots.
Yeah, and you're getting sand everywhere too. It settles in between like your clothes and your fur, and it's just
Oh yeah, no, we're not having.
Scabbard, you're facing the same thing.
No, no.
Under your skill.
Fun.
Scabbard gets a bad case of the scale mites.
Oh.
Okay, this has been fun and all, but go back into cart, start getting flame.
Press to stand out. Shovel a bunch of fence in the bag of holding. Go back and finish working on the project.
He's like, how dare you?
Hey, I'm trying to get comfy here.
I love harassment. I can get away with it.
Ready.
So, carry on. And the heat just is sweltering outside.
Adjust scarf.
Huh?
Adjust scarf.
Scarf?
The thing
Yes.
that he got. Yeah.
Yeah, it... Kyan, you can do a nature to see how hot it is outside. I gotta roll dice for that.
Wasn't that a geographic?
Yeah, you can predict the weather at your location for the next 24 hours.
Good. Hot.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do druid craft to get a weather report, essentially.
You know that there's going to be a giant dust storm incoming, and it's a nice, brisk 125 degrees out in the sun.
In this area, is the humidity very low, like between 5 and no higher than like about 17% humidity?
Let's see. That's a good question. I love that question.
Because although it is hot here, humidity wasn't talked about. I know it's basically the desert and it's literally hell on earth.
The humidity is a wonderful 2%.
Okay.
Dry heat with slightly more tolerant.
That would be fairly standard almost all year round.
Yeah.
Okay.
It might get up to like 15% during rain, but that's it.
So, there's gonna be a dust storm soon.
Great.
Right now it's 125 degrees in sunlight.
All the more important to get back to work.
Yeah, you hear that, Mongo. The only ones outside walking in this are Jeer and Ace.
Fuck.
And the camel, obviously.
And the camel.
So in order to hurry up and get where we're going and get the hell out of this miserable fucking weather, how fast can this cart go?
Yeah, you could try to analyze that.
Oh
Looking at
boy.
shots, see how fast it can go.
Cayenne, you could do a nature and you'd find out the average movement speed of a camel. Nikolai, you can certainly figure out the aerodynamics of the cart.
Structural integrity of its ability to go faster.
I'm just
18,
wondering, 'cause I've got
18.
that spell that makes people go a bit faster, and if I do that to the camel, we can make up some fucking time.
This cart is not designed for speed, it is designed for comfort in this weather. Cayenne, you know that the camel would probably get about 40 miles per day.
I can carry that up to 80. Oh, if we go downhill, we might be able to get 88.
But you can share that nugget of information regarding the camel.
You said 40 miles per day.
Yep, with a carry capacity of 200.
So how much faster do I think we can go to have
Not really much faster. All you can really do is make it more comfortable.
Yeah, so the camel can get like 40 miles per day, and they have a carrying capacity of like 200 pounds.
I really don't think
Mongo's worst nightmare.
really not built for speed. It's built for comfort.
Hmm.
And if I can get my project going, it'll be much more comfortable.
And the cart comes to a stop, and Tyr comes to the back, opens it, starts going through a pack and getting some things out of it.
Need any help out there, friend?
As much as I would like help, I do not want you to become hard-boiled.
What?
Hard-boiled.
Fair, fair. Okay.
Well, if you need any help, let us know, or, go, stop trying to kill me, and we'll, try to help.
Yeah, and
Ace and I are perfectly capable of helping here.
you see him closing up the cart, backing it down, and putting on work garb to basically keep dirt out of his face and dust. And essentially, what you're familiar with, goggles. And you realize, Cayenne, that he's going to guide the camel through the storm.
Basically.
He's giving cover to the camel as well.
Wouldn't it be smarter to, find cover?
Well, maybe, but the storm could last for a few days, so best to keep moving.
I didn't see. Did I see a dust storm going to be happening, like, through on until tomorrow?
You only saw what was the current day.
Okay.
So when you get close to the next day, you're like, oh. You guys are probably like, how bad can the dust storm be? Nothing to worry about in the dust storm. Just, wandering gin, wind elementals, the usual. Perhaps a few golems.
Huh.
Right.
And, he lights a few specific kinds of lanterns on the actual cart. And has one that's on essentially a book that he's going to have with him. Cayenne, you can use history, and Scabbard, you can use religion. And if you want, I guess you could do Arcana.
16.
15.
21.
Nice.
In Baylor, you understand that lanterns are essentially used to keep some spirits at bay. And Scabbard, you know this is probably as one, kind of like a marker, and two, it's very spiritual in nature. He's basically using words. Nikolai, you can take
It's like what we did when we were.
Huh?
Very much what like when we were chasing smoothies.
Nikolai, you can do a tinkering. You get, these are magical lamps.
Don't know how much help it would be, but
18. You do see a few places to batten up things a little bit better to get less dirt in the environment.
Take care of.
with your permission, dear, may I see your hand? A charm of luck and a blessing from the protector.
No, thank you. Cheer has their.
Very well.
In our culture, taking luck from someone else means you will not have any luck in the afterlife. So I prefer to stay lucky.
Alright.
Cayenne looks very concerned right now.
I'm just here.
Just here, surviving.
I'm just here surviving.
So eventually the cart starts moving again, and time passes and nothing happens, and more time passes, and you're able to work on your various projects. Cayenne's just probably hyper fixated on that little beetle.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, Scav?
I think I'm gonna actually consult my friend in the book.
Oh, you're gonna try and talk to her?
Yes.
Let's see how that goes. What are you doing?
You know what? I haven't done this for a little while. Try to keep unlocking that fucking spellbook.
What was that?
Try to unlock it.
Ah, okay. I think we're using Sleight of Paw for that.
It's so long, I'm gonna remember.
Yeah. Roll a
can do
religion,
it.
Scav, and tell me what you're doing.
I'm sorry?
Roll a religion and tell me what you're doing.
Okay. 23. And take out the book. I guess on a gentle little like tap to try and open it. Question for you, friend. I need your guidance.
The book opens a little bit. You see her eyes peeking out. What?
What can you tell me about the nature gods of this land that we know so far?
Well, that's really specific. I guess that's about as much as I can expect from an unattractive potato. You do know that names go a long way, right?
Right, but you never did give me yours. And
God, he's such an idiot. Gods, why have you cursed me like this?
look, Blurple was just a joke name. I don't think it's appropriate for you.
I'm talking about which god you want to know about.
Oh.
Raging hormonal dumbass.
Well, apparently this one doesn't have a name. Simply Mother Nature itself, I believe.
What? Which god are you talking about?
Literally the one that Jahir said has no name.
Ah. the nameless nature god.
Yes.
You hear this from where you're at, Cayenne.
I am watching Scav intently.
The book opens a little bit more. The pain on Cayenne's face. Sorry. What'd you get?
Modified 20.
You hear something break. I'm just kidding.
With a modified 20. Damn.
What the fuck?
You forced a lash that shouldn't be forced.
Like, what was the DC on that? 40?
69. Very nice. You hear something click.
Click, not crack.
Okay, so I got another one unlocked. Okay. Okay, so I'm up to 9. I don't know how fucking many there are. However many she decides.
And so, you want me to spill out knowledge about an unnamed nature god.
Not all knowledge, just simply how not to upset them.
She reaches into the book and she pulls out a scroll and you see it drop down and roll across the floor. You see how many unnamed gods are on this list?
Okay. Let's narrow it down a little more.
What do I look like, a search engine?
Look, you're the one that can read the book. I don't have the knowledge or know how to be able to speak the languages. We need to work together on this.
Obviously.
So I'm gonna do the best I can on my end to try and make it easier for you. I will tell you this much, and this is what I know. This is a being that has no name, simply referred to as the goddess of all nature itself. And I just want to make sure we don't do anything to piss them off.
Diane, you hear this, and it instantly causes your brain to skip a beat.
Brain to skip a beat. Great. Just suddenly everything goes non-existent.
Literally lost a second of your life.
You know the goddess nature of all goddess natures, the ones that basically founded every other god of nature under it, would be the one that Jir mentioned, which is Orlearn. She is the Mother Supreme. I will send you the actual spelling of the name. There you go. The look on her face.
Because it's loading.
Yeah, for some reason, when I copy paste from my notes, it comes as a little picture.
Are you using
Okay.
OneNote?
Yeah.
That's why. It doesn't actually copy the text.
Yes, you can do Control Shift P with some text.
Okay.
Shift.
The look on
So-
Diana's face.
Why exactly is Scav trying to contact her?
Not contact her. Learn how not to piss her off.
I mean, it's pretty fucking simple.
Watch where you pee.
Even a brain dead ant would know how not to piss her off when they've been told many times.
Your little imprint, she props herself up on the book.
It just don't fuck up nature. Always ask before you take something.
Okay, the interpreter here would like to know what goddess or god we're talking about. Because obviously, you know, but he doesn't.
I'm a druid.
Oh!
He wants to know how not to piss off. Her name is actually Orlearn, and she is the mother of all nature deities.
That's right, she's the goddess that split her belly open to birth nature. She opened her womb to create nature. Ooh, pretty hardcore even on demon standards. And each of her tears created a nature god.
You're literally gutting yourself. I'd imagine like
So we're in the,
what?
we're
You-
all in trailer. Right?
Yeah.
What's that?
First time you're seeing her.
Well, she is my assistant / caseworker.
Wow, I keep getting demoted. She
Look,
looks over
I
at you
don't
and
really
she
know-
has black irises, glowing.
She-
pupils.
Sh-
She's his handler for the GODs.
Huh.
This
It's
lovely lady is that one's guide to the deities, to interpret the deities.
To literally spell out the things the deities have been trying to tell him.
Oh.
Explain things that can't be easily explained. Yes, the gods and the profane have very interesting senses of humor.
Yeah, they recruited me. I am straight from the 9 hells.
Huh.
But it's because I'm on good behavior.
You're what?
Good behavior.
And to be fair, I'm devoted to, well, devotion of order itself. There is no really right or wrong when it comes to it, into it trying to understand. Look, all you need to know is that they don't really.
Here, I'll interpret for you. He has declared himself a whore to the gods in their knowledge. Oh, he's so slutty, just like me.
Maybe that's why they teamed you up with
Well,
Common
I
Ground.
have class. He needs a paper bag. Yeah, you notice that she's completely naked.
Okay. All right.
It
She
do-
sinks it a little bit, but more back into the
So-
book. Go ahead, Cayenne.
doesn't phase Cayenne at all. As many people as she's seen naked, and the fact that she literally fought in her own home, or at the door of her own home.
It's not true. You had your glaive.
So, yeah. Sister? Know who she is. What she is.
Yes,
I just
Think
found out
that she
she's a
does.
druid.
yes.
Yeah, a druid. Nature. Very attuned with everything nature.
Yes.
And that your friend there was confused at what the hell you were asking her. Why didn't you ask her first and get some information?
That's way too direct of a method.
You know, I'm still very new to this whole morally gray thing, apparently.
Now he fucking gets it. Oh my god.
And I'm still learning. Alright? Casio wasn't built in a day.
She said she's here to guide you, not tell you what to do.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yep, look, if you ever need somebody to talk to who will understand the frustration of the whole morally great trying to explain that shit to him, trust me,
Look,
so
my
many times
job
I
is
tried.
simple. You ask me about God, I can give you some information if I have
Speaking
it.
of God,
You tell me about a god, and I will scribe it in the book.
Gotcha.
Simple.
Gotcha. This is gonna take some getting used to, okay? And we really need to give you a name, because, like, I don't think "Hey, Naked Lady" is gonna work. And we should probably try and find something for you to wear, because...
Orina?
Huh.
some places may not appreciate the full moons.
That is insulting to my people. You dare cover this glorious figure as she floats up from the book, striking a pose. Look at these. Look at this. She turns around showing her full voluptuous hat, moving her tail. Who would want to cover this?
My wife is gonna kill me.
So especially, you better hope you get to tell her about
My wife is gonna kill
Oh,
me,
oh,
and then she's gonna
just-
kill you.
this.
Just watch.
Probably in that
Just
exact
watch. Gav,
She's gonna kill me after you come.
Gav is stuck with Orina for quite a while, for the foreseeable
Oh my
future, and
God.
she just decides, no, hold on. She decides to pop up to give information that she found literally as soon as Scav and Kippo are gonna go to bed.
Oh my god.
Also, I love that name, Lorena.
Orina.
Orena, okay.
She sinks back
So-
into the book like it's a hot tub.
Spell aura. Take the I off. or space the I out and then put I in after the R.
Orina.
Yeah, because she's kind of the colors of an aura.
She sinks back into the book, and the book closes.
Interesting companion.
It's gonna take a lot of getting used to.
I like her. She's funny.
She has a certain charm for sure.
She's
You hear-
much nicer than the half fiend in a box.
True.
Before the book locks shut, you hear inside, "Close! Fucking asshole!" from inside the book.
I have an
Who's gonna
idea
fit
of
in?
something that I have an idea of something that I could potentially try to make for her that wouldn't technically cover her. It would basically be like if you were to make a dress, like a slinky curve hugging dress, but it's made out of like spider silk,
Ah,
but reinforced with some kind of hardened material, maybe mithril or something. So where it's still kind of a translucent see-through dress
how's
that she can
Nikolai
wear if she
respond
wants.
to her?
That was interesting. Always picking up all kinds of friends. Alright.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna have to get a bigger house for the fucking mural alone and keep adding people.
I love the name, by the way, Cayenne.
I thought it suited because she looks like an aura of colors.
Gavin was like, "Fuck."
She's spicy.
That's to be expected. She's from the hells. Most denizens, and I'm saying this towards your book, and I mean this respectfully. Most denizens of the hells, from what I have read and have heard from encounters, are a bit on the spicier side.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But I do hear that there's quite a lot of really interesting creatures in the hells.
I mean, the same can be said within the realms of the divine as well as the Fae.
I'm not going to lie. I read about the River Styx. I would love to see it in person at least once. But at the same time, maybe not,
The river
because I don't know if I'll
Styx-
be able to come back.
Yeah, the river Styx in my campaign world is pretty horrifying and beautiful.
So, question on is the vent that the fan pulls air out of
Yeah, but it's all locked, closed right now, and you can feel the wind starting to pick up outside.
Next step, filter.
Exactly. I continue to build the rest of this stuff.
I'm pulling out like a couple of different berries from my pockets to try to feed small pinches to the beetle to see if they like any of them.
It's attracted to the more poisonous berries.
Okay. Like
And-
actually actively enjoys them.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of.
I'm gonna make a notes of this.
Do you guys take a look outside? Any of you?
I would look from where I am, but I would keep sunset away from like any windows.
Put my goggles on and take a peek.
You guys, you take a peek at all?
Yeah. I'll follow the cow.
What about you, scaredy cat?
I'd still try to look, but I don't want to get directly in there because all the fucking sand.
You guys peek outside, and it is almost like a ruby red color from how thick it is, and you can see probably maybe an inch away from the cart, and you can see shocks of lightning going through the actual storm itself.
First thing that comes to mind is Ghosts of Mars.
Just you realize that hey, Ace is out there and Cheer is out there and Camel's out there walking you guys through this.
Alright. That's crazy.
Seriously, should have pulled off for shelter.
And the wind is just howling by, and you can feel it shaking the entire cart.
You know how to do the message stuff?
The cantrip, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a book that tells me how the wizard cantrips.
You guys also know that
Can you check base formations?
Yeah, I'll try to message Ace.
Go ahead.
Buddy, you still doing alright out there?
There's silence. The message did go through, but there's silence. The back door opens ever so slightly. You see Ace put his thumb in and then close the door. And you're just now covered in the sand as scab because the door was opened in your direction.
If you need anything, if you want to take a break, come on in.
Margaret, can I get a little bit of your magical hope, please? I have sound in places I didn't know was possible.
Behold the Santa Cloaca.
Oh, that sounds terrible. No.
We'll keep the terrible going all night.
No. No.
I just killed Mom completely.
Prestidigitate, please.
All I hear out of him is, moisturize me! There's just no good way to deal with this, is there?
Fortunately, you don't.
Just don't lay on hands.
Yeah, but it's like, like if I just hold gust for a while and just blow a bunch of air at him.
Yeah, that's very wrong.
Yeah.
Let's not give Scab
Yeah, there's no good way to say that.
a
is
blow
there?
dusting.
Yeah. So hold on. If I do that at somebody, if I stand on my head and do that, does that turn the temperature like way down? Effectively, all I am is just basically canned air.
Hey, look, you're 69 dusting.
Sorry, people.
Hey, look. Anybody who's tuned in before, they knew what they were getting into.
Oh no, absolutely.
Some poor new person
To the
tuned
new
in
viewers.
on the Twitches just as you got really strange.
If I just go shaking some go back to the
I'll pick up.
Sand.
The usual scab cleaning pistol.
Appreciate it. I'd give you a hug, but I know better. Instead, I'll give you this.
What the fuck is
It's a strip of leather with a prayer to ceiling cat on it.
Oh, hey.
Hey, you finally remembered his name.
In the wind, a gust of wind hits the cart. You can feel it actually
Oof.
probably giving Mongo a panic attack.
And you wanted to go faster.
I assume we could have cast beast on the camera and gone a lot faster. Apparently, I'm totally caught upon.
You know, there's a lot of wind out there.
Yes, as it's been previously established, it is windy outside.
I bet someone could make a very interesting, like, way of transportation utilizing some wheels and a sail.
Yeah, probably.
Hi, Anne.
Can't really do that.
As
while
you're
you're
distracted
in
by the
it.
brothers and you have your little beetle friend, you look down at your hand and you see a tiny little, what would be like a matchbox, which is could be a new home for it, but you have no idea where that came from.
Huh.
But you do have probably an idea of where it came from. I see gears turning.
Very slowly right now because I'm trying to think of who. But I would only
Matchbox, like an idea.
the best I assume would be Jahir. Oh yeah. Barrel.
Really? A sand sailor in this store?
Like, it would
Barrel.
potentially work, but you can't build one in a sandstorm.
No, not in a sandstorm. That would be useful.
They are close and they are staying hidden.
I'm gonna make the beetle its little bed so it can be tucked in and put in a safe space. What? This beetle's adorable. You don't understand.
Let's see here. How adorable can I make this? Let's go.
Oh,
okay,
no.
Apparently at
Fuzzy leaves
19
it.
on the die.
I'm just thinking about fuzzy.
So you see this beetle do the beetle equivalent of a dancing spider dance of happiness.
The peacock spider war dance.
Yeah.
The wiggly butt and just moving its like back legs, like doing this.
Yeah.
I'm imagining like it's lifting its wing shells up, and it's just like.
I just see a beetle
Yeah.
trying to do like the electric slide.
Could you imagine if this beetle became anthropomorphic, but stayed tiny?
Oh no, I'm just picturing the beetle that was in Beetlejuice sitting on the porch.
That'd be the tiniest little Thrycreen ever. Hey, you too. Are you able to identify things right now, or do you need like a stable place to do things like that?
We would need some mental stability, which is seems to be running a little on the low side right now.
Right now.
And you feel another heavy gust.
Perhaps this might help. I place my hand on his shoulder, and I will cast
Not without my consent.
Heroism.
Take the scaredy out of cat.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid to cast the damn spell.
No,
Uh,
they'll put
I'm
you
just
at
saying,
ease.
we're going crazy.
Mongo, as you say that, there's a bombastic boom outside as lightning strikes from in storm near the cart.
Quick test of the reflexes.
You seem stuck to the ceiling.
Well, good to know that it does help with the fear, but doesn't do anything with the instinct.
I just wanted to change my perspective on the matters.
Upside down.
The reason
Maybe
why
it would make sense.
That's a natural 20 on deception.
Yeah, I would say
You know,
it's
I've
no
seen him do-
deceptive that you even believe it.
I've seen him do crazier, so whatever you say.
Everything Mongo does is just total bullshit.
The reason why I ask, remember those orcs from yesterday? Well, one of them had this on them. Cayenne, have you ever seen anything like this before? I'm gonna show out this very intricate, almost like ritualistic looking dagger.
I'll take a look at it.
Likewise.
Investigation.
Very pointy.
Arcana if you want.
I got a 21.
25.
My brain's going stupid right now. 22. Can't do math. Usually not.
Math hard.
Looks like you got a case of the scabbards.
Math go
Hey.
hard.
Fuck you, buddy.
Does it hurt?
Yes.
Instead of feeding, it's scabbers.
Oh.
Oh. I'm gonna go crawl in a hole and die then.
Not without permission.
Just don't go to Nikolai for a place.
So, I didn't get anything from it, but there's some things that I just can't detect.
So, you instantly pick up. That is a necromantic dagger.
Oh,
Cayenne, you pick up that this is a tribal sacrificial dagger. She's probably one of the more questionable nature gods.
Uh-huh.
And you're like, well, that's a neat looking dagger. Decent craftsmanship.
What's it made of?
It's made out of a mixture of stone and actual metal.
Like stone handle and no blade?
But the thing that really terrifies you the most about this blade is it's like a actual traditional knight's dagger, but along the actual edges, they're like actual like saw teeth. So when you stab somebody with this,
okay, so it's made out of fuck you and hate.
Oh, okay. There's cross stuff.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna hurt. That's serration,
Well, yeah. No shit.
That's a whole lot of necromancy bullshit right there.
Oh. That's probably why I couldn't detect anything.
I believe this is a very murdery nature deity. Ritual dagger.
you can do a history. Now, how to dispose of it?
Open door. Ace, duck, eat.
All I know is I don't want to have anything to do with this dagger at a 1.
Or you want to have everything to do with it.
Let us be one.
So you go to hand it back to Scab, and the heart jolts a little bit, and suddenly you have a dagger stuck into the palm of your hand for this thing.
Oh.
And you suddenly just, you have a bit more resistance to it, but you feel like a heartbeat as it starts to try to drink your blood.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm gonna take it and pull it out.
And you can see some of the blood floating towards the dagger as he pulls it out.
That's a cool dagger.
No, that's a bad.
All right.
Well, is there evil involved with it?
Oh, yes, there is.
You take 12 points of necrotic damage as you lose feeling in your hand and your forearm.
I can't feel my arm.
Oh god, there goes half your sex life. Sorry.
Now he just has to deal with the stranger.
So,
It will become
this
less
is
of
gonna be locked away in the temple. Maureen, book friend,
Yes.
how would one be able to access the temple from this region? I have something, a relic that should be locked away there.
Oh, that is actually really easy to do. Won't you go back the way you came and go to the temple?
Please?
Ask a question, get an
That's
answer.
the answer.
That's not exactly possible to do from where we are.
Well, I guess you just pack it away and you hope for the best until you get back.
You know, there's a chance, not a great one, mind you, but there is a chance that Ace could just yeet that fucker back to the temple.
You can,
Get the
so
right
you feel
angle.
another throb in your arm.
Well, I can't see much haste. He throws it really fast. The
Hmm.
right angle. He
You take
flies up
another
high.
6 points of necrotic damage.
I'm still taking damage.
That's not good.
And as you look at your hand, you can see, you can feel the blood vessels actually starting to crack and break apart.
Ow.
We are going to go ahead and first we say no. Then we cast
No.
Like cast hell no at level 3, please.
we cast fuck off and we are gonna do
Have to do that. Chop off your arm.
no, what we're gonna do is we are gonna go ahead and one of you create water inside of this. And I'm gonna take off my helmet.
Great water in his helmet.
Jay,
Scab, drown yourself, snuff in.
You
Why are
take
we
another
doing
3
this?
points of necrotic damage.
why are we doing this?
Just do
Explain.
it, please. Because if you don't, I'm gonna fucking die. And if I die, I will haunt your ass and you will never know peace.
I'm pretty sure that no matter how or when or why any of us die, we're
Oh yeah, your
easily gonna
history
be
was a
fucking
1
with
on
each other
that,
in the
so that's how he
afterlife.
got stabbed.
I will
Yeah.
take the
Mm,
alchemist jug out and pour that water into there.
Excellent.
I kind of want to
So
attempt
much for the
something.
Unlimited water supply.
What is that,
very
Cayenne?
Just being used.
But I'm leaving it up to you on final say, obviously, because this could go good or bad.
Alright.
Essentially, I want to try to prick my finger with this dagger to try to reach out to the deity this dagger's linked to.
That would be a very bad idea.
That's what I thought.
That would be a very bad idea.
I am,
But I do love bad ideas.
Fortunate, yeah.
It would basically be inviting them to speak.
let's see.
You have your helmet full of water. As much as full as you get.
And that's another 12
Really
points of
not
necrotic damage.
So yes, helmet full of water. I'm taking my hand, sticking it in there, and I'm blessing the water.
So basically, it's gonna boil the hell out.
In the name of all that is holy, fuck off!
Roll a religion. Embrace your inner fuck.
So he's gonna stick his arm
25.
in piss water.
You do feel feeling coming back to your arm as the damage slowly begins to just whatever corruption was there is just dissipating. But
Oh.
it probably feels like you put your arm in a deep fryer.
Oh, I don't care. It's staying there. And I'm gonna just make sure that is blessed while reciting the same protections from all the protectors.
Cayenne, you can take the dagger and try and do a religion.
I'm definitely going to do that.
Oh, this is not good.
My religion's no good. That's a 6.
You're like, Scabby's got an owie.
Like it hurt.
On a scale of 1 to 100, I'm sitting at a 67.
That took a chunk out of you.
That took more than
Oh look, you're down to still more than mine.
more
It
than
took a
And
third of your
mine.
hit points away.
yeah.
Okay, good. I can still do math. Right. Momentary brain fart.
About a third of my hit points are
But
gone.
yes, you try to move your arm, but God, can
If
you feel the
have
damage throughout it?
67 left. A third was taken. What's 33 plus 67?
Hey, do a medicine for me.
That's not good. It's not a 1, but it may as well be 5.
That was a big owie.
I bet that was a coup.
If you want Cayenne, you could do a medicine to check out what the fuck happened.
100.
Exactly 100. Okay, yeah, I was right.
I have
That's a
exactly
9.
100.
Yes, Scabbard has an owie.
Yes.
Yeah, we fall down.
He didn't fall down and go boom. He got touched by the bad touch.
You got shanked.
So, do you want help identifying that number?
Is that going to be a safe idea?
Not without protections. And I can't exactly guarantee that right now, because... Ow.
Did you get a bag of holding, Scott?
Hongo, do you do
I
any
never
medicine?
got a
I
bag
don't-
of holding. All I have is
I'm-
the flea food bag of holding.
Do you do any medicine?
Not much. I got a 2 minute.
I had another idea, but I just had one of the possible outcomes pop into my head as soon as I thought it.
An idea says no. Like, no, let's not
It
do that.
it spelled no because I saw so many things that could have gone completely wrong.
Well, let's do that.
Essentially the bad idea was to take the dagger into Cayenne's realm to look into it. So we're in a protected place. But the problem is, when we come back, will we actually come back in the cart or not?
Suddenly you're stuck in the middle of this storm.
That would be terrible.
Oh,
Wait,
good. We did-
Imagine fortune.
Or- or could
could
potentially pop back, but we end up in a temple.
They close the temple. Yeah. Maybe for when we stop. My.
So, how does it feel, Scav?
Ouch. Great minds think alike.
Fucking brain cell.
You really are
You
starting the one
should-
brain cell.
Why don't Scav? Why don't you ask Orina about the dagger? If
I
She-
already did.
she didn't have any information about the deity at all.
Let's try again. Orina, what can you tell us about this dagger's owner?
Oh, well, I think I've seen a few of those that Nine Hells used for pleasure.
Pleasure. Whose pleasure?
Are you sure you want to ask that? You just may get an answer.
Let's see what she does with the religion. What? Loading.
I'm out of liquids.
Would you like to store that dagger in pocket image? Or would you like to keep it on your person?
Before we do, I would like to do something that's probably the smart thing to do.
Eat it out the fucking window?
No. It's my duty to make sure things like these are properly sealed away. I have to take it back to the temple. But for now, is my hand like good now?
Oh.
No. I might have to keep this in here for a while. Hand's gonna be shriveled up.
Like, so you want the good news or the bad news?
Bad news first.
Good news. Scav got a new strong hand.
Let's go ahead and go with middle ground.
Okay, well, based off of, she pulls out one of the, you see her rip out one of the pages from the book. She's like, I put it back. Well, this particular dagger belongs to the followers, I believe, of Oakwell.
Gesundheit.
Also known as the bitter god, the god of spite and blight, the god of the creeping suffering. Yeah.
You probably had mom
Wow.
Uh,
Hey, he's the paladin. Shouldn't he like smiting people?
kind of a not so happy god, meaning, you know, picture him as a multi-faced deer without skin.
Okay. That was terrible.
Standing up on its hind hooves.
Standing on what?
On its hind hooves and dripping meat, wandering the mists.
Yeah, I'd probably smite the shit out of everybody if I looked like that too.
I was scared of Scav now.
More annoyed than anything else.
Cayenne, this just is like, oh. Probably a friend of Bramble's.
Yep. It's like, oh joy.
What is their exact opposition?
Opposition?
Yes.
Anything good? I mean, you're called the creeping suffering and death. I mean, kind of self-explanatory. I mean, I wouldn't want to be stabbed with that thing. But if that's your king,
The exact,
I'm not going to stop you.
so the exact opposite of creeping, suffering, and death. The fast, happy life.
So
There's
you
drugs
wanted to
for
pray to
that.
the fawns?
This is gonna sound very odd, Cayenne.
Huh.
You're a good aligned deity of nature, correct?
I will not say a yes or a no.
I'm gonna actually see if I can't actually call upon your power, if possible.
She's right there. Why the fuck do you have to call her? All you have to do is speak clearly. See? Watch. Hi, Cayenne.
Well, from what I
See, look, she
understand,
looked right at me.
yes, she's here. And yes, I can speak with her directly. But I don't know if it's gonna be similar to how it was with Osling, where there's like a separate connection to her, or not.
Did Cayenne tell us the story of things that she witnessed at Oslo? As far as like identifying real life who she is.
I mean, Cayenne explained. She explained everything that she knew about Osling that she thought was appropriate for everyone to know.
Well, how much do we know that she was unaware of her EF itself till that encounter in her room?
She didn't explain any of that to anybody except to, I think, to Alufa.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, but you guys are aware that Osling is one and the same now.
yeah.
She's the whole.
Okay, yes, that's her.
So
but-
effectively, your plan is to try to reach out to the Cayenne.
The Cayenne Force.
Yeah.
Cayenne's final
Osling
form?
Junipea, Cayenne is to. You're trying to find out.
Correct.
You're trying to
Because-
find out her actual, like, goddessly name.
Yes, because from what I understand, you and your sister are more or less one and the same, yet also dual opposites at the same time.
Yeah.
She governs a lot of death, whereas you seem to govern a lot of life. And if that's the case, you might be able to, well, your power might be able to be in direct opposition of this bucketry that's going on.
Your arm feels. You can feel the essentially burning your arm, but that's because blood is just going everywhere, not because the blood vessels are broken.
And I'm kind of running out of time here.
Oh,
Cayenne is gonna do some phlebotomy shit.
What kind of work would it take? Because the only
You're gonna
thing
drain his arm of the pooling blood.
Yes.
All right, roll medicine.
Really, literally, the only thing they'd like to do is use minor.
Why?
restoration.
It's a 10, but still, why?
She goes over to you, and she does a small laceration to drain, but she doesn't warn you beforehand. It's just like slice, and you can see the blood coming out, and it's black and chunky.
Oh, that's rotting.
So you still want to keep the arm?
Ideally,
All right,
I mean, preferably.
I understand.
Look, he's already drawing up plans to completely replace all of us.
Look, as cool as that
No.
would be,
No.
So go ahead, pray to Cayenne.
All I am saying is that if this goes further, might be important to remove the infection.
I'm using my necklace on that one.
Oh my god.
That's all
What's with
I'm
the
saying.
rolls tonight?
That is significantly better than
I
a
took
1.
all the luck. One thing you could also try doing is when I was talking to Osling about how to deal with necromancy shit, she said that necromancy is basically an attack on everything happy and lovey. So like the more you focus on positive things, the less it hurts you. So maybe
23 religion.
praying to like Noodle's love goddess could help.
So that is a 23 religion to call upon the Cayenne force.
Hey, Cayenne. Why don't you
Yeah.
tell Scav what your divine form looks like?
I sent it to you in a message forever ago too. I gotta find it.
Talk about unearthing the past.
Alright.
Fuck.
Keyword search?
Go over to Scav, put my hand on his arm, and pray to Eureka to fix it.
Does she biotinker too?
I don't know.
I found it.
Cool. Scav's gonna shit bricks.
Actually, save as. Downloads.
You can also put it in our chat.
Which one? Like
Any of the,
which?
notes that you want to keep track of. I think you pin multiple.
Campaign discussion would probably be the best, yeah.
Yeah, actually, let me see here. I put it under tavern chair.
Okay. Cause can't find where I put what Cayenne's new form is. And I will have to find the name. Which, if I remember right.
My jaw pops.
Oh.
When I yawn really big. I've also gotten Charlie horses right here.
Yeah, I've gotten cramp right here. Forget what the fuck I was eating, but it's like early in the morning when I was still trying to wake up. Go to take a bite and like my jaw fucking pops.
Oh.
The worst I've gotten, honestly, is just sleeping wrong and
That's
suddenly I can't
right.
look left.
I know. Now it all comes back to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, calling upon Cayenne's divine power.
I can't wait till she just unloads a torrent of information on you. What would the blessing of a god of debauchery, not a goddess, but a god of debauchery looks like?
Probably words we can't say on.
Probably a form of ecstasy the likes of which cannot possibly be fathomed.
You are the casting couch. Oh, I'm like so uncomfortable right now.
Oh, everything is cracking and popping and it feels awesome.
See, I just think of Futurama and Hedonism Bot.
Okay, that is a couch, right?
Yeah.
What is Scav? Or not Scav? Scav's panicking right now. What's Manga doing?
Looking through his book, seeing what he has written down about Noodle's love goddess symbol, anything like that. I know he's taking notes on shit.
Yeah, you should have notes too, bud.
I don't think I ever got her name.
I believe you did get her name.
Chances are I wrote it down. Let's see.
Yeah, but we know me and name in your fucking campaigns.
If it's not
Yeah.
John Smith, it's completely foreign to you, huh?
Interestingly enough, I don't have it. And I think I know why. I don't think that's ever been discussed with Scav, actually. So he wouldn't know.
The only thing Nikolai can do right now, unless,
Draft plans for a robotic arm?
no, unless I can somehow change my spell to get restoration. In the middle of the day, I can't do nothing except.
I wonder if our chat knows the goddess's name for love.
Yes.
You knew, but that's what I'll do.
Oh shit. I put some of these notes under the wrong tabs. Oopsie.
As I will pray to Sarika and ask for assistance in fixing Scabbers.
Alright, Scav, you better get ready.
I'm as ready as I can be.
It's a very interesting character.
That is an awesome depiction.
Actually, you did get the name of the god. I will send it to you.
Okay.
So that is Cayenne's true form. Nice.
Keep in mind, also to those that are watching, that is purely as reference as to the interpretation of how I want her to look. I do not own that character in that image. I will credit the artist of that
I
character.
was just gonna ask it if that was the art commission.
No, I need to find the artist to put the credits there.
So, play that up. I sent the name to you, Tom.
I saw. I was just trying to see if I maybe had it.
Yes, she is known as the goddess of the heart, the mistress of love. She is the goddess of love and seen as a perfect partner when she appears to anyone. No matter how evil someone is, there is a chance their heart can see and bear love for others. Her heart is a symbol. Her symbol is a heart wrapped with vines with many thorns to represent the trials of love. So, table's yours and Cayenne's.
So that's what you really look like. It is a very majestic form.
Okay.
This is kind of the same moment with Osling, and also, I don't know if you've reached out to her yet.
He has.
I must have not have caught that.
I need your help. I've been, well, funnily enough, accidentally stabbed by, I guess you on accident? With a weapon that directly opposes what you are. I think you're the only one that may be able to help.
You're very much aware of stabbing him at this point. No pun intended.
I'm like 99.9, actually 100% positive it was an accident.
I'm
At a loss for words.
You haven't explained how you expect me to help.
Well, as far as I can gather, and from what I understand, and from what it seems like, you have domain and power over nature and life, whereas this thing is direct opposite of that. I think you may be able to actually stop whatever it's doing. I just don't know how.
Oh, you're doing a religion too, right, Nikolai?
Yeah.
Roll it for me.
Okay.
This is weird. How do you
What?
how do you go about a situation like this? This is an interesting one.
I'm trying to think of what I could do in this moment.
Well, by all-
I could essentially I guess
I mean, you could use your divine powers and just strike the blight from him in frustration.
the way I was going to go about it was I was going to use part of the mane that I have
Mm-hmm.
to wrap around his forearm since it does have thorns. Like I'm talking like the thorns that have a curve to them. It's almost like perfect needles for using for phlebotomy.
Mm.
To essentially, I guess, try to make a focal point to cast out the blight from his body a bit better.
I would say you would be able to do that.
Things get weird when your players become gods.
Not really. It's just hard for players to embrace that element because you don't know what the boundaries are.
Yeah.
But in this case, I would say you would definitely be able to do that.
Yeah, and plus, Femora would take a very medical approach to it. Very medical approach to it.
She's a very surgical type of nature deity.
Yes. Sometimes things get removed, other times they get to stay attached.
So, basically, you wrap him in your mane and extract the blight from him.
Yeah, essentially.
That's a hell of a mental image. So you find yourself wrapped in this glorious mane of this deity. It's surrounded by its warmth as almost like automated surgical needles actually just begin to repair and extract the blight from your arm.
I can see Nate squirming in his seat.
That's right. At least it's not the needle pit from Saw.
Yeah. This is like, oh god, what was it an animated movie or was it a real movie? Like where you see the little bird land on like the really long thorns?
Oh yeah.
That's essentially what the mane is made out of. It's long, it's just thick and long vines that have those really long thorns on them.
Fun.
But they
There
have
will be
like,
no resistance.
they actually, they can be used in a natural kind of surgical way, as they can't, some of them have the ability to be a natural like analgesic, so adds that little bit of numbing feeling.
Yeah.
Anesthetic?
No, it's a different term. Yeah, it's also like how they use the army ants in the rainforest as sutures.
Mm.
Yep. Get them to bite down and then rip the bodies off.
Yep. So you go through this process and you kind of stumble backwards and you kind of look over at Cayenne looking at you, and it's this clear understanding of what you just did, Cayenne, and what Scaver just experienced. That weird like connection now completely made between your two sides.
So that's what you really look like.
I don't know the name of the deity that's attached to this dagger, but I really should contact them to go to a certain place to retrieve their own dagger.
Leave it in the realm of fire.
I think it's only right because of how many people it's hurt.
That could work.
Something like that, I would.
I'm being very
place...
diplomatic about it.
Oh, no, absolutely. Something like that, normally I would say needs to be sealed away. But I 100% agree with you. This is a terrible thing. But at the same time, don't want to risk it falling into the wrong hands or into the hands of someone that doesn't know better.
At Mongo, you realize it was in the orcs, in the hands of an orcs, and you have no idea how many people that person has stabbed that dagger.
This is the same one that came from those orcs, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were also trying to shake us down.
Mm-hmm.
So very likely, it's already been used on a few.
Oh, absolutely. Which is
I'm
more the better
gonna-
that it go to a place where it can never be found again.
I want to try to see if I can get information from the dagger, like try to get the name of the deity.
You got the name from the book.
Did I?
Yeah. I just have to.
Someone's gonna. Did you send me the name?
I will.
I wasn't able to spell it.
Do because I put it under the wrong book. I can post it to the chat so everyone has it. I'm just gonna deal with that. Fine, whatever.
Okay.
There you go. Just the small blip, not the rest of the notes regarding the god. Pretty horrifying motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can come get their own dagger.
We really want to give it back to them, though? What if they just give it to someone else again?
Well, I mean, I'm fine throwing like some area that
Who's
various
who's to
inhabitants
say
of
it's
the
even
Kingdom
left
would probably
here?
take care of it.
Yeah, that it wasn't gifted here.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you guys begin to review what to do with this dagger, you reach out to, what was it you wanted her to repair?
Like, I was just trying to make that connection, like Ongo said.
You hear her whisper to you, and she's like, "I'm not an organic mechanic."
Okay. Just
She's
trying to
not
make
the
that
organic
connection
mechanic.
to.
But with that, you guys begin to discuss what to do with this dagger. Many possibilities coming to mind off the bat. Start. But with that, while you guys travel through the storm with your guide in the front and heading more towards your destination with many long days ahead of you, we're gonna go ahead and call it there for this. I can see a few sleepy people right now.
Quite a long word.
It's been a long week.
It was more so, the lull was more so, I think, Cayenne trying to figure out how to go about this and what the boundaries were. And Scavra going, how do I do this?
It was more so no real plan of how to ever go into this scenario.
Well, at least now there's an idea.
Well, it was more so going to be kind of a thing of Cayenne really discovering she had like a true like divine form.
Mongo pointed it out to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will leave off this session with one thing to give one last note.
A flat.
Huh?
Flat.
Go back to the motherfucker into a bag of lava. As you look at the helmet full of water, Cayenne, you see your true form looking back at you. That's not eerie at all. So, we will get on to the post-mortem.
Good lord.
Start with Cayenne. Let me guess, the Beatles number 1.
Well, it's the fact that the beetle was freely given by the guide that we have, who is a badass.
Hey.
I have 2 new trinkets, courtesy of Ace, and some orc's jawbone. I have a druid test. And if I die, I get to be brought back as a ash puppet follower. So that's fun.
I have a feeling you could probably just say no to that.
Look, I'm a
Not
god.
exactly.
No.
Not exactly. There's still a thing called honor. It doesn't matter if you have fantastic cosmic powers.
You'd be like, you can have this body, but I'm going away.
I may be a deity, but I'm gonna be fair about this. Seeing the fact that the archdruid of, I'm assuming, the Circle of Wildfire.
It's more generalized. She is just the archdruid of fire.
Archdruid of Fire. Okay.
Yeah. So like the
Yeah.
archdruid of
Very
water
elemental
and stuff.
stuff.
Yeah.
Basically seeing that she is a djinn, a free djinn. That's fucking terrifying, to say the least. And I was given her pipe. Still trying to figure out what it is actually made of, what kind of creature, because it's guesstimating between elephant and rhino.
Or some other mystery species.
Could be a narwhal. Could be made from hippo's teeth. Who knows? And then of course, knowing the shadow is supporting of the new little friend.
Here you go. Little box.
Being able to have the connection with Scav too.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. That's about it for me.
Alright. What about you, Nikolai?
I honestly enjoyed playing the character with the complete disconnect with understanding of attachment, the dirt, so that he could have dirt.
Dude, there were so many people face palming.
To make stuff out of dirt. It's just like, why? It's dirt.
Yeah, I get that.
And that was actually kind of fun. Hopefully the little primitive EVAP air conditioner will work. It was kind of dope to see the progress of cases like really neat to see Hannigan's development there. That focus crazy. And Jir is like an insane fighter. Like, it's crazy. That's pretty dope. So, yeah, well fun. Just kind of about where I'm at.
Manga.
Yeah, I know. Scav's new handler. Lot of fun. A lot of good smarting off at each other. Always fun.
Lorena is such a good character.
Yeah. Everybody trying to come up with whatever they can fucking do against necrotic damage.
Jack shit. I didn't think of that
Especially
being-
since such a violent version of it.
Yeah.
I seriously did not think it was going to be restoration.
Learning how to make blood wine. Didn't think that was gonna happen. Probably write that down. Make blood wine.
Yeah. Can't wait to coin that one.
Yeah.
I bet that would be very popular in Orella.
You know, you're probably right. Yeah.
Interesting fact about Orella. This is a small little war drop. They don't really drink blood that much. They only drink it under a full moon. Outside of that, they primarily only fruit. But they will also drink it for special occasions. And it is usually of animal blood, not human or sentient.
Wonder how they feel about adding some blood oranges in the library.
Now the
But-
question is, are they like blood orange fruits or blood oranges of the Feywild?
Anyway, carry on.
Oh, that's pretty much where I'm at.
All right. What about you?
Oreen, obviously, pretty great. Awesome little companion. More on Jair, always good too. Highlight probably the interactions with Scabbard and Cayenne and the Cayenne Force. I'm sorry, that's what it's gonna be referred to now.
God,
Cayenne
it sounds
Force.
like an 80s fucking animation that you would watch. The Cayenne Force. Almost like they have like the He-Man intro, but they're just like Cayenne Force.
No.
I'm almost hearing like the old school Voltron theme. It's the Cayenne Force. You know there's going to be some sort of nature-based magical person transformation.
Oh my God, she's
shit.
the campaign's Captain Planet.
Wow.
Yep.
The pink. No.
Rangers meets Captain Planet.
Anyway, carry on, Scav.
Definitely highlight for me would be that interaction there of being able to actually work with Cayenne and essentially have some sort of connection there that is pretty powerful. It's pretty cool. What about you, DM? You didn't think you were gonna escape from this one, did you?
No, there's just a lot to unpack.
Not this time.
There is a lot to unpack. Let's see. That's what I want. Let's see. Well, one, the cold open with Kippa,
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
actually
that was
cool.
pretty badass.
That is actually
That was a good one too.
showing how different what Kippa is actually capable of that you guys don't get to see.
yeah.
The deepening of the lore of the Endless Trial, really digging into that for you guys and showing you more what the place is actually about, how it functions and such. It is a very, very spiritual and respectable place once you get past the surface of hell. I really enjoyed Tyr. He's a really fun character, and I'm pretty sure he's ending up on your good list.
One person might take over.
Huh?
There might be one individual that's going to take a little while to come to turn around.
But yeah, in the more in depth to each year and understanding his view on the world and such. Rolling that random encounter and just watching Ace and Cheer just fucking annihilate them.
Yeah, like okay.
Ace one-shotted the guy as opposed to getting one-shotted.
Of course, your book introducing that new character and just the sheer level of energy and sass she has.
It's pretty great.
It's throwing in a completely interesting dynamic of a character that is actually from the Nine Helms that you are now traveling with.
Yeah.
And it really shows that she is from the Nine Hells. Yeah, I love all the little interactions between the different characters. Of course, dropping the new druid on Cayenne was fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I know mine are broad strokes. But that's my place. Is like there's a lot of big things. Also, the last bit, which was a pleasant surprise, of Cayenne and Stafford interacting. A god to mortal, essentially.
Yeah.
And now Cayenne knows both sides of the fence, and it's just like, oh, now I get to live with what Osling lives with all the
Mhm.
time. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to next session after our little hiatus and for and just building more on the lore. I know you guys love the storm.
Mhm.
I can almost imagine if you guys had goblins alone, they'd be running out there with lightning rods. Yeah, that's where I sit right now.
Yeah.
So we will call it a night. And we will close the doors, and we will see you in 2 weeks because we're off this weekend due to the holiday.
Yep.
We hope you're safe. Practice safety around fireworks if you're around them. Be safe around your neighborhood.
It's also been really, really dry in certain areas, so be careful where you set off fireworks to not burn everything down, because you probably won't be able to collect the insurance money.
And of course, be mindful of pets and veterans. It's a pretty bad time for them sometimes.
Yeah. Say goodnight, everyone.
Good
Night,
night,
everybody.
everybody.
And remember to join our Discord, like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah.